Good evening and welcome into Hyde Stadium. The 2021 Pierre Trappers season is underway. Game time tonight, 7:05, as the Hastings Sodbusters take the trip up from Nebraska to come to the state capital of South Dakota to play some baseball. It's opening day for the Trappers and also their home opener. Meanwhile, Hastings, this will be their third game this season as they're coming off a two-game series that they hosted against the Fremont Moo. Hastings split that series 1-1 and come into this series with a little more experience than the Trappers. For Hastings, it was a nail-biter in Game 1 against Fremont, winning 10-9, stopping a tight ninth-inning rally by the Fremont Moo. However, in that first game, the Sodbusters also committed 5 errors in the field. Overall, though, it was Trevor Matson for the Sodbusters that came through in Game 1, going 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Game 2 was a different story. From that barn burner in that 10-9 victory for the Sodbusters, they lost a tight 2-1 contest against the Moo in Game 2 of that series, but no errors were committed by the Sodbusters. So 5 errors committed on night 1, 0 on night 2. It'll be interesting to see what the Sodbusters do coming into this game against the Pierre Trappers. Meanwhile, the Trappers come into this game with a very interesting scenario. Coming into tonight's game, it was predicted that they would only have 15 players coming into this ball game. That number has since jumped up to 18 since 4 more players joined from Spokane Falls Community College, got in today, and got dressed for the game. The biggest story, however, for the Trappers, in the 9-hole, the center fielder, number 21, Jacob Newman, sophomore out of Brandeis University. Newman is a fan engagement and baseball operations intern for the Pierre Trappers. When Coach Monterio May found out that they would be a little short-handed, he recruited Newman, who's a recovering pitcher off of injury from Brandeis University, and an intern for the Pierre Trappers to come down and play for the team. Newman has since signed a 10-day contract with the Pierre Trappers, will play this series against the Hastings Sodbusters, will play 2 games against the Western Nebraska Pioneers, and will even travel to Spearfish for the Trappers' first road series of the season. Again, 7:05 start between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers. Tyler Katz on the call, and I'll be on the call with you for every single game the Pierre Trappers play, all 64, from now until the end of the season in August. The Trappers this season, led by an entirely new roster. They'll be led by head coach Monterio May, and he is assisted by Jamie Hayberger. Meanwhile, for Hastings, they have a couple of coaches on their roster. However, neither of them are in town as they're still finishing up their collegiate season. Instead, for the Sodbusters, it's general manager Scott Galusha, who's going to be leading them through this entire 9-inning game against the Pierre Trappers. He led them to a 1-1 series split against the Fremont Moo. The Fremont Moo of which are the defending Expedition League champions. For the Trappers pregame show, we will take you down the starting lineup for both the Sodbusters and the Trappers as we get set for opening day. For the Sodbusters, again, head coach Scott Galusha pretty much acting alone with no other coaches in Hastings by the time the bus had to leave for Pierre. Leading off will be center fielder number 15, Carson Cahoy. Batting second, the shortstop number 6, Tyler Monroe. Batting third, the first baseman number 34, Trevor Matson. Batting fourth, the third baseman number 17, Ian Riley. Batting fifth, the designated hitter number 12, Jack Hammond. Batting sixth, the left fielder number 14, Trayton Kozal. Batting seventh, the catcher number 24, JT Cafferty. Batting eighth, the right fielder number 11, Cameron McClure. Batting ninth, the second baseman number 18, Trevor Stevens. And on the mound for the Sodbusters today, number 20, Trayton Scully, who's making his first appearance in this season for the Expedition League. In the collegiate season, however, he had a 6-5 record with a 7.77 ERA. On the other side for the Trappers, Coach Monterio May had to get this lineup up in shape as their first practice was only 2 days ago. Their lineup will look like this. Leading off, the shortstop, number 14, Tyler Skelton. Batting second, the second baseman, number 20, Cole Yancey. Batting third, the catcher, number 23, Brock Reinhardt. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 17, Nick Hamill. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 23, Caden Cardoso. Batting sixth, number 18, the right fielder, Braden Sorgi. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 13, Brendan Perez. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 32, Jared Shelton. And batting ninth, the center fielder, number 21, Jacob Newman, who, as I mentioned, returned earlier in the broadcast, is an intern for the Pierre Trappers that signed a quick 10-game contract due to a lack of players. Pitching for the Pierre Trappers on this opening day roster is Nick McCullum. McCullum, coming out of college, had a 2-3 record with a 4.81 ERA, striking out 35 in his campaign. McCullum plays his regular season ball at Georgia Southwestern for the Canes out of Richmond Hill, Georgia. So as I mentioned earlier, Hastings had a couple games under their belt. They have a 1-1 record with the Fremont Moo. The Moo and the Sodbusters were the only two teams in the league to play prior to today, May 25th. They have a bit more experience together and have a bit more cohesive of a unit. As I mentioned, the Sodbusters in their opening day game against the Moo committed 5 errors as a team. Came back 2 days later for the second game of that series and committed 0 errors. So the Sodbusters got a few games under their belt as a team, as a unit. Scott Galusha got to get some games under his belt as a head coach of a team without his coaches being here. So we'll see if that is a big storyline for the Hastings Sodbusters coming into this game. Having a few more games under their belt, is that going to be beneficial, or will the Trappers, excited to get their season going, freshly rested, not having played a game this season, will the Trappers come out and take game one? Local time in here, South Dakota, is 6:37 p.m. First pitch is estimated right around 7:05. The coaches for the Pierre Trappers this season, Montario May, as I mentioned, head coach from Helicon, Alabama. He played at Shelton State Community College and then Central Baptist College before now serving as the head baseball coach for Heber Springs High School in Heber Springs, Arkansas. Got that job because of his former position as the director of baseball operations at Central Arkansas, or the University of Central Arkansas. Meanwhile, his assistant in Jamie Hayberger, he's the head coach at Rosemont High School. Originally from Sacramento, California, but by way of Madison, South Dakota. So for Hayberger, he's coming back to his home state where he grew up to coach some baseball in the state capital of South Dakota. The Sodbusters and the Moo in their first series, it was all small ball. It was a 10-9 decision for the Sodbusters in Game 1, a 2-1 decision for the Moo in Game 2. Neither team was able to put a ball over the wall in that opening series between each other, so the league is still looking for its first home run of 2021, and we'll have to see if that comes right here at Hyde Stadium. When we get started, our umpires behind the plate will be Chad Williams, and in the field, Alex Schumacher, the Expedition League, rolling with a 2-man mix for the umpire crew. And I mentioned earlier the Pierre Trappers, they had to sign intern Jacob Newman to a 10-game contract. They're still short-handed. In the bullpen, the Trappers only have 5 arms, and that's including tomorrow's starter. Not only tomorrow's starter, but for Game 3 against the Sodbusters. And then you need to have pitchers rested well enough to pitch that 2-game series heading into the weekend against Western Nebraska. The Trappers' bullpen has 5 arms. Their bench only has 2 players on it. And of the starting 9 of the Pierre Trappers, 2 players are listed as pitchers on the Trappers roster. Batting 7th at third base, Brendan Perez, he's a two-way player. think of him as a Shohei Ohtani at this level, but he also pitches. But in college, he got experience at both positions. He got 1 save in 4.1 innings pitched at Point University this season, but then went out to the plate, batted .204 with 23 base hits, 2 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. So Perez, even though he's listed as a pitcher in the roster, do not look past Perez to put some balls in play. Additionally, another pitcher on the roster is the designated hitter for the Pierre Trappers. Number 32, Jared Shelton, sophomore out of University of the Cumberlands, unfortunately did not get to have an appearance this season, but will get his first appearance as the 8th spot as the designated hitter for the Pierre Trappers. And the story of the game, I know I mentioned him before, Jacob Newman, the center fielder for the Pierre Trappers tonight, batting 9-hole. He has not seen an appearance in a competitive baseball game since high school. He sustained an injury there. He's a current sophomore at Brandeis University, heading into his junior year when school resumes in the fall. But Newman has not seen game action since high school. So even though he is an intern and he's trying to get back into the swing of things, and he is on a collegiate roster officially, we'll have to see what Newman does in center field due to the simple fact that he has not played at this level of baseball, with every player in the Expedition League having to have at least some time of eligibility remaining in college. Newman's only a sophomore, as well as the coronavirus pandemic happening. The NCAA expanded their ruling saying that this year would not count for eligibility, neither would last year. So for the first time really in the Expedition League's history, you will have some seniors and fifth years appearing just because they have more service time remaining in the NCAA. That's how the Expedition League looks at it, so we'll have to see a wider range of players entering this season for the Expedition League. No longer is it a majority freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, but we're now going to be able to see some seniors and graduate students as well. I mentioned the lack of depth for the Pierre Trappers, mainly on their bench. The Sodbusters, having their season opener a bit earlier, have a bit more of a luxury. In their bullpen, they have 7 players on the ready to toss. On their bench, they're only going to have 3 position players at the ready for the Hastings Sodbusters. Well, that will do it for the Trappers pregame show. We'll return in approximately 15 minutes for first pitch between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers. Opening day here in the Expedition League. We'll be right back for Trappers Baseball on YouTube and Mixlr. Welcome back. It is opening day for the Pierre Trappers. Game number 3 for the Hastings Sodbusters. Hello, Tyler Katz on the call for this entire season of Pierre Trappers baseball. We're getting starting lineups underway between the Sodbusters and the Trappers. For the 1-1 Hastings Sodbusters, their starting lineup looks like this. Leading off the center fielder, number 15, Carson Cahoy. Batting second, the shortstop, number 6, Tyler Monroe. Batting third, the first baseman, number 34, Trevor Matson. Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 17, Ian Riley. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 12, Jack Hammond. Batting sixth, the left fielder, number 14, Trayton Kozol. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 24, JT Cafferty. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 11, Cameron McClure. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 18, Trevor Stevens. Pitching for the Hastings Sodbusters in his first appearance this season, number 20, Trayton Scully. Scully this season playing for the York College Panthers. From Lincoln, Nebraska, he acquired a 6-5 record with a 7.77 ERA in 75 1/3 innings pitched. Meanwhile, for the Pierre Trappers, an entirely new roster as 0 returning players come back to the Pierre Trappers. An all-new roster, all new coaches, all new everything for the Pierre Trappers. And for the 2021 Pierre Trappers opening day starting lineup, they look like this. Leading off the shortstop, number 14, Tyler Skelton. Batting second, the second baseman, number 20, Cole Yancey. Batting third, the catcher, number 23, Brock Reinhardt. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 17, Nick Hamill. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 33, Caden Cardoso. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 18, Brayton Sorgi. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 13, Brendan Perez. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 32, Jared Shelton. And batting ninth, the center fielder, number 21, Jacob Newman. Pitching for the Pierre Trappers on opening day is number 4 in Nick McCullum, the freshman out of Georgia Southwestern. He calls Richmond Hill, Georgia his home, and in 33 2/3 innings pitched, he's acquired a 2-3 record with a 4.81 ERA for the Canes. Opening day roster being announced from Pierre, South Dakota. Hastings again, a 1-1 record, split a 2-game series with the Fremont Moo down in Hastings. This is their first road series of the year. For the Trappers, their first season overall as the Sodbusters and Moo played a special 2-game series as Fremont is the defending Expedition League champions. Today, a special case for the Hastings Sodbusters as they're being led by general manager in Scott Galusha with no other coaches in town. For the Pierre Trappers, head coach is Monterio May. He's assisted by Jamie Haybager. So it's McCullum versus Scully on the mound for the Trappers and the Sodbusters. Game 1 for the Trappers. Game 3 for the Hastings Sodbusters. As we get set for the national anthem, we'll take a short break and then get you set for the top of the first inning. The Busters and the Trappers coming up next on the Pierre Trappers YouTube channel and Mixler. Well, the national anthem has been sung here at Hyde Stadium, just a couple blocks away from the South Dakota Capitol building, as the Pierre Trappers get set to begin game number 1 of their 64-game Expedition League season. The Hastings Sodbusters, as the visiting team, will bat first, with the Trappers taking the field defensively. As we get ready for the first pitch of tonight's game, Scott Schroeder of the Long Branch, partner of the Pierre Trappers, throwing out tonight's first pitch, as well as Mayor of Pierre, South Dakota, Steve Harding, delivering tonight's play ball announcement. Got a couple score predictions in, a 5-4 Trappers prediction, and then thought you could get by baseball operations for the Hastings Sodbusters. Brian Frew commenting in with an 8-3 Sodbusters victory. We'll see which one's right, we'll see which one's wrong, as we're just set for first pitch here from Hyde Stadium. One more time through the starting 9 for the Hastings Sodbusters. They'll go with Cahoy in center, Monroe at short, Matson at first, Riley at third, Hammond as their DH, Kozal in left, Cafferty at catcher, McClure in right field, and Stevens at second base, with Trayton Scully pitching for the Hastings Sodbusters. For the Trappers, it's Skelton at short, Yancey at second, Reinhardt catching, Hamill at first, Cardoso in left, Sorgi in right, Perez at third base, Shelton the designated hitter, Newman in center field, and McCullum getting the starting nod here on opening day for the Pierre Trappers. As we get a short message from the mayor of Pierre, South Dakota, in Mayor Steve Harding, before we get underway between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers. It's 2021 opening day, and baseball is back in the Expedition League for the first time since last August, as the Pierre Trappers take the field for game number 1. An all-new team, 0 returning players for the Pierre Trappers, means an all-new experience for this town, this team, and you fans. Nick McCullum taking the mound for the Pierre Trappers. In the regular season, McCullum pitching for Georgia Southwestern. 35 strikeouts on the year, allowing 23 runs, 18 of them earned, with a 2-3 record, a 4.81 ERA with the Georgia Southwestern Canes. McCullum is going to be entering his sophomore year when school resumes at Georgia Southwestern in the fall. Meanwhile, for the Hastings Sodbusters, leading things off for the Busters will be number 15 in Carson Cahoy, the starting center fielder for the Hastings Sodbusters, a native of Loxahatchee, Florida. However, crossing the country to play college ball as he attends Santa Barbara City College. Scott Galusha, general manager of the Hastings Sodbusters, the lone coach, as he takes his position as the third base coach with no other coaches in town for the Hastings Sodbusters. The Trappers, again led by head coach Montario May and Jamie Hayberger. Now, May and Hayberger, although May is on paper the official head coach of the Pierre Trappers for the 2021 Expedition League season, they're more so acting as assistant coaches. However, on the sheet of paper, one of them has to go as head coach, and Montario May gets the nod as the skipper for the Pierre Trappers for 2021. Carson Cahoy steps in the box. His season was canceled this year, as many things were, due to COVID-19 restrictions. But this season already he is 2-8, acquiring that 2-8 start with his 2 games with the Busters already. First pitch of the Trappers season, and it goes for a swinging strike by Carson Cahoy as we are underway here from Hyde Stadium. 0-1 McCullum in the dirt, fast pitching. The toss back to Nick McCullum. Cahoy steps in. The windup and pitch from McCullum. That one's going to be put in play, and that one's going to get through for a base hit. The Sodbusters lead things off with a base hit. That will put Cahoy on first base and bring up number 6 in Tyler Monroe. So the Sodbusters get things started right as it was a ball bounced straight through the middle of the infield for a base hit. The Sodbusters start with a man on first base. In steps Tyler Monroe, batting .333 on the season. A called strike. Our umpires today behind the plate, Chad Williams and Alex Schumacher, our umpire in the field. Monroe this season played for Northeast Community College, acquired a .342 batting average as a ball in the dirt. Cahoy thought about taking off for second, but retreats quickly after a threat from Reinhardt. McCullum steps back on the mound, looks in. Monroe out of the batter's box, steps back in, puts his bat back up to his shoulders. And a pitch right down the middle. It's dropped, but a called strike nonetheless for strike number 2. So an 0-2 count to Tyler Monroe, second batter after Carson Cahoy lined a single into center field to begin today's game between the Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers. McCullum looks in, gets his sign and deal. Swing and a miss. And the first out recorded by the Pierre Trappers this season comes by way of the strikeout. So a strikeout swinging on Tyler Monroe will bring up the first baseman in Trevor Matson. Matson, a senior out of Arcadia University, went 3 for 5 in the series against Fremont. First pitch to him right down the middle of the plate as McCullum starting to throw heat for the Pierre Trappers, leading this game off. A quick check over on Cahoy at first base. Another check over, looking in, fires, big swing and a miss. Matson was swinging for the fences. He'll go down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Matson behind in the count. McCullum looking for his second straight punch out. Here's the pitch. That one's in the dirt. Gets away, and Cahoy takes off for second base. It got away from Brock Reinhardt, the South Dakota State product. So now the Sodbusters, with that pass ball, have a runner in scoring position with just 1 out in the inning. So the Sodbusters threatening with a 1-2 count on Trevor Matson. Matson went 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs in the first game against the Fremont Moo. Went 1 for 2 with a walk in game number 2. Pitch outside, called a ball, evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes for Trevor Matson. McCullum gets the ball back from his catcher. Looking in, sets, puts the ball into his glove. And the 2-2. That one swing, the bat flies out of his hands. Coming over to get it is Shelton, fires onto first in time for the out. Cahoy advances to third. A scary moment as Trevor Matson's bat slipped out of his hands. However, a good play by Shelton at shortstop to record the out number 2, but that will advance the runner over to third base. That will bring up Ian Riley, the Sodbuster wearing number 17, and he's the starting third baseman. Runner 90 feet away for the Hastings Sodbusters after Matson grounded out to short. First pitch is in there and it called a ball, a 1-0 count to Ian Riley. Riley went 1 for 8 in the series against Fremont. He got on by a walk and a base hit. However, both times he got on base, he ended up swiping second base with 2 stolen bases in the series against Fremont. So he's definitely not a guy you want on base if you're the Pierre Trappers. Pitch goes low and inside for ball number 3, and now McCullum finds himself down in the count. 3 balls, no strikes to number 17, Ian Riley for the Hastings Sodbusters here in the top of the first inning with 2 outs. Pitch is high, so a 4-pitch walk is drawn by Ian Riley. We'll put runners at the corners for the Hastings Sodbusters, bringing up their designated hitter in Jack Hammond. Hammond steps in after an 0-for-3 performance as a designated hitter in Game 2 against Fremont. Hammond still looking for his first base hit of the season. First pitch is fouled back into the screen for strike number 1, and McCullum really needed that after a 4-pitch walk to Ian Riley in the previous plate appearance. Standing on deck for the Sodbusters is Trayton Kozol and JT Cafferty in the hole. McCullum gets the ball back with an 0-1 count. The pitch, that one on the outside low part of the plate, it's called a ball, which will even the count at 1 ball, 1 strike, as the Trappers look to get out of a jam with the Sodbusters having runners at the corners, but with 2 outs in the inning. And a ball low and outside. McCullum's been trying to find that spot. However, Chad Williams has not been calling it. Granted, a few of those were in the dirt, but it seems like McCullum is favoring that low outside part of the plate. Hammond in the right side batter's box plays for the Kansas Jayhawks, but did not get to play this season. Pitch and a called strike on the fastball by McCullum. Evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runners on first and third with 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Hammond does a couple of check swings. McCullum gets set on the mound. Cahoy fakes to head home. Pitch and a called strikeout as the Pierre Trappers get out of the inning with 2 strikeouts by Nick McCullum. A strikeout looking, as that will take the Trappers to the middle of the 3rd inning. It will be Skelton, Yancey, and Reinhardt to take on Trayton Scully when we return for the bottom of the 1st inning.
Hey, it's the old top Gator here with Gators Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza. Gators is known for top quality food. Now you can have our food selections delivered right to your front door using DoorDash. That's right, now you have 4 ways that you can get great Gators food. Dine in, carry out, curbside pickup, and now delivery through DoorDash. Gators has been serving the Pierre area and now Trappers baseball fans since 1987. Gators Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza.
Dan-O's Marine is a proud partner of Pierre Trappers Baseball. Located at 320 St. Charles Street, Dan-O's provides service on your boat to get you back out on the water in the dog days of summer. Give them a call at 605-224-6612. That's Dan-O's Marine at 605-224-6612. Any water, any problem, Dan-O's Marine. Welcome back, Trappers Baseball here on Mixlr and YouTube. As we get set for the bottom of the 1st inning, on the mound for the Hastings Sodbusters is number 20, and Trayton Scully, making his first appearance this season for the Hastings Sodbusters. In the regular season, Scully playing for the York College Panthers, a sophomore and upcoming junior. He had a 6-5 record with a 7.77 ERA. Leading things off for the Pierre Trappers as the first Trapper to take an at-bat in the 2021 season, Tyler Skelton, the shortstop out of Georgia Southwestern. Skelton, swing and a miss as the Trappers start things off with a swinging strike by Tyler Skelton against Trayton Scully. Skelton, a major in health and physical education at Georgia Southwestern, as a ball's in the dirt, rolls all the way to the backstop. The Sodbusters lucky that there was no one on the base pass as that one rolled all the way back for ball number 1. And a 1-1 count to Tyler Skelton to lead things off here in the bottom of the first. And a drive, that one's hit into the shortstop. Throw over to first is in time. Monroe to Matson for the quick ground out. So a quick out for the Trappers will bring up Cole Yancey, the starting third baseman for the North Georgia Nighthawks, the redshirt freshman. This season batted .273 with limited plate appearances, only had 3 base hits, but with those 3 base hits, had 3 RBIs. First pitch is in there for a called strike, a fastball on the low outside part of the plate. 0-1 count now to Cole Yancey after Skelton grounded out to short. Second batter for the Pierre Trappers, bottom of the first inning, we're still scoreless. Pitch taken around belt high, but outside for ball number 1. And the 1-1 count to Cole Yancey as Scully gets set, a long look in. Scully sets and deals. That one's swinging. That's a line drive into center field. That will drop for a base hit. And the Pierre Trappers' first base hit of the season belongs to Cole Yancey, the second baseman, batting 2-hole. Which will bring up Brock Reinhardt. Reinhardt, the starting catcher, not a native catcher, but because of a lack of catchers on the Trappers roster early in the season, he is behind the dish for the Pierre Trappers. A South Dakota State Jackrabbit in the regular season, and originally from Woodbury, Massachusetts. First pitch in there and dropped for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes, with Cole Yancey standing at first base after a base hit into center field. Scully looks in the 1-0. Reinhardt showed bunt, failed to pull back, and it will go for strike number 1, evening the count. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. On deck for the Trappers, Nick Hamill, and then Caden Cardoso in the hole. The 1-1 to Reinhardt is in the dirt. That one gets away. Taking off for second is Cole Yancey. Yancey rounds second, but quickly retreats back. And the Trappers, with 1 out, have a runner in scoring position after a pass ball gets by Cafferty. That will make it the count 2 balls, 1 strike. Reinhardt, a criminology major up in Brookings at South Dakota State. Another ball gets away, and this time it will be Yancey taking third, so the Trappers, with just 1 out, have a runner 90 feet away with 2 pass balls in a row by JT Cafferty. And what an opportunity for the Pierre Trappers to score early in this one. Reinhardt, now all he needs to do is put a ball deep into the outfield for a sacrifice fly, and the Trappers will have a lead here early in the first inning. The 3-1 count, that's a healthy cut by Reinhardt, but a swing and a miss evens the count, makes the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here from Hyde Stadium. Reinhardt swings and misses at the next pitch offered for out number 2. So now the Trappers likely going to need a base hit to drive in Yancey from third. But that will bring up for the Pierre Trappers the first baseman, number 17, Nick Hamill. Hamill attends McMurray University, playing for the Warhawks. He's a junior heading into his senior year and calls Schertz, Texas, his hometown. First pitch called strike 1, right down the middle of the plate. Did not look like Hamill even wanted to move on that one. Another called strike on Hamill, and he's quickly behind in the count 0-2 as Scully looks to get out of a jam with a runner 90 feet away, trying to strand that runner on third for the Pierre Trappers. The pitch, that one's grounded to the first baseman. It's speared by Matson, who will step on first himself, mark it down as a 3 unassisted as the Sodbusters get out of the inning, and we're scoreless through 1. It's the Hastings Sodbusters 0 and the Pierre Trappers 0 as we head to the second inning here on the Pierre Trappers, Mixlr, and YouTube. Wow, Shell's Quick Stop is the place to go for a variety of food, drinks, fishing tackle, and more. Hungry? Come on down for breakfast pizza, burritos, biscuits and gravy, soup, salad, and wraps. Thirsty? Try their hot and cold espresso drinks, lattes, frappuccinos, and milkshakes from the drive-up window. Heading down to the water? Stop by to pick up minnows, crawlers, and leeches to secure the big bites. All of it's down at Shell's at 621 West Sioux Avenue. The Governor's Inn is the exclusive motel partner of the Pierre Trappers. Check out the special Trappers rate for your visit to Pierre and Hyde Stadium this summer. Call 605-224-4200 directly to get the Trappers rate. With free wireless internet, a deluxe breakfast, and an indoor pool and hot tub, there's no reason not to stop at the Governor's Inn. Welcome back for the second inning. Tyler Katz on the call for you for the Hastings Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers. Leading off the second inning for the Hastings Sodbusters, number 14, Trayton Kozol, the left fielder defensively for the Sodbusters. Kozol attending Iowa Western Community College, originally from Waverly, Nebraska. First pitch called for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes from McCullum. McCullum sets and deals. That one taken low, just below the knees. A good take by Kozol. 2 balls, no strikes. Another pitch. That one's going to go up for yet another ball, making the count 3 balls, no strikes. McCullum sets and deals. That one's called a strike. 3 balls, 1 strike to Trayton Kozol. Kozol this season 1 for 8, had an 0 for 4 mark against Fremont in game 1. That one's a swing and a miss. And that will make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. In game 2 against Fremont, Kozol batted 1 for 4 for a 1 for 8 series. That one's a swing and miss in the dirt. It will be Reinhardt firing down to first. Hamill's got the ball for out number 1. A quick first out on the strikeout in the dirt. So with the strikeout by Kozol, that will bring up the catcher in JT Cafferty. Trying to do more with his bat than he could with his glove last inning as he allowed 2 fastballs to get by to allow the Trappers' Cole Yancey to advance from first to third. First pitch to Cafferty is in there for strike number 1. Cafferty came in as a pinch hitter in game 2 against Fremont. He had an 0 for 2 mark in that game. Pitch by McCullum, a little bit of a breaking ball action as that one finds its way into the strike zone for strike number 2. And an 0-2 count for JT Cafferty. That pitch is taken as a ball, a groan from the home crowd here at Hyde Stadium as they wanted the strikeout looking. And a big swing and a miss, the second strikeout of the inning for Nick McCullum, who's just been wheeling and dealing. That's his 4th strikeout of the game. He's had 3 of them swinging, 1 of them looking, as that will bring up Cameron McClure. McClure wearing number 11 for the Hastings Sodbusters. Originally from the Woodlands, Texas, making the trip 2 states north to play summer ball. He takes the first pitch inside for ball number 1. McClure 2 for 7 this season, but of those 5 he didn't put in play, he struck out 3 times as a big swing and a miss by McClure gives him strike number 1. Excuse me, he struck out 4 times in the series against Fremont. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs as McCullum looks to strike out the side. Pitch goes inside. No call by our home plate umpire. It means it's ball number 2. A 2-1 count to McClure, who's batting 8th in the Sodbusters lineup tonight. The pitch by McCullum. That one goes high and inside right at the letters. Pierre for their opening day wearing blue caps and a more silver gray top and bottom combo as the pitch goes high and inside for ball number 4, as that will walk the batter in McClure. So after 2 strikeouts, McClure allows a walk. Still not a ball put in play yet in the top of the 2nd inning, which will bring up the 9-hole batter in number 18, Trevor Stevens, manning second base defensively. First pitch to Stevens on the outside part of the plate. It seems like this inning, McCullum's been favoring the right side of the plate, no matter what handedness the batter is. Stevens batting from the left side right now. And yet another one goes to that high outside corner for ball number 2. So 2 balls and no strikes to Trevor Stevens with a Sodbuster standing at first and Cameron McClure. McCullum deals. That one's going to be popped up in foul territory. Chasing after it with a half-hearted attempt was Caden Cardoso, but in no intention of making the play. So the foul ball gives Stevens his first strike of the at-bat. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here in the top of the 2nd inning. We're still scoreless from South Dakota's state capital. McCullum deals, and that one will be taken for ball number 3. And so far this inning, other than those 2 strikeouts, McCullum seemingly struggling with location as he walked Ian Riley in the 1st inning, walked McClure, and now is in danger of losing his 3rd batter of the evening with Stevens. That one on the outside part of the plate, but our home plate umpire says that one caught the strike zone, makes the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The full count pitch. That's a swing and a miss. He didn't do it in order, but it's McCullum striking out the side. As that ends the Sodbusters half of the 2nd inning, as McCullum dealing with 5 strikeouts so far. We'll be back for the Trappers half of the 2nd inning when we return to the Pierre Trappers Mixler and YouTube streams. Total Beauty and Speedway Laundry are your homes for everything clothing in the capital area. Since 2010, Total Beauty has offered great customer service and competitive prices. Next door at Speedway Laundry, they have you covered for a fast, convenient way to wash and dry your clothes and other household items, including king-size comforters. Visit them at 111 First Street in Fort Pierre. Welcome back here to Hyde Stadium. It will be Caden Cardoso leading things off for the Pierre Trappers in the bottom of the second inning. Cardoso batting 5-hole in the Trappers lineup. On deck will be Braden Sorgi and Brendan Perez set in the hole. First pitch to Cardoso is a swinging strike, an 0-1 start from Trayton Scully, the pitcher for the Hastings Sodbusters. And an 0-1 count. Scully sets and deals to Cardoso. A big swing and a miss by Cardoso as he's now down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Cardoso, the lone native Canadian on the Trappers lineup, originally from Abbotsford, British Columbia. He plays in North Dakota in the regular season for the Minot State Beavers. Pitch taken low by Cardoso. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So a 1-2 count to Hayden Cardoso, leading off the Trappers' second inning. Pitch taken high as Cafferty had to stand up to go get that ball. A 2-2 count to Caden Cardoso. And that one's taken. Now Cardoso has battled back from an 0-2 count to make the count full 3 balls, 2 strikes as the leadoff batter for the Trappers here in the second inning. Cardoso taps his bat on the plate, gets ready. And that one is taken outside for ball 4. Cardoso draws a walk, and the leadoff man is on for the Pierre Trappers. So with a runner now on first base, it will bring up number 18 in Braden Sorgi. Sorgi, a freshman out of Savannah, Georgia, playing for the North Georgia Nighthawks in the regular season. Unfortunately for him, did not get an appearance for the Nighthawks this season. Will get his first competitive appearance in quite some time right now for the Pierre Trappers. And he lays down a bunt, a perfectly placed bunt as that one was stopped by the turf. It's there barely as Cafferty threw down to Matson. It was such a close play at first base. Alex Schumacher had to make the judgment call. He says out, but he does his job. It will go down as a sacrifice bunt. The catcher to the first baseman as Cardoso advances to second base. And so with 1 out, the Trappers now have a runner in scoring position, bringing up Brendan Perez. Listed on the Trappers roster as a pitcher, but yet again, the Trappers starting out this season a tad short-handed on players, so he's getting the nod tonight at third base. On the outside part of the plate, as Scully will take ball number 1. And a 1-0 count following the sacrifice bunt by Braden Sorgi. Brendan Perez, a two-way player, both batted and pitched for the Point University Skyhawks this season. He takes a pitch above the lettering for ball number 2. Hastings today wearing all gray with mostly green hats, a white front with Hastings written in script across the front, very similar to the Oakland Athletics uniforms. As Perez lines this one, right field, that one's heading towards the foul pole, and it will be caught in foul territory. Taking off for third base and getting in there safely, tagging up is Caden Cardoso. And that was the first ball of the evening that was given any ride at all, as making the catch was McClure in foul territory of right field. So out number 2 will move the runner up to third. So it's the second time tonight that the Trappers have had a runner at third base. They failed to bring the runner home in the first inning. We'll see if that continues to be the case here in the bottom of the second. It will be Jared Shelton, the designated hitter, yet another player who is listed on the Trappers roster as a pitcher, but in tonight as a designated hitter, because yesterday in batting practice, he hit one out to a deep part of left field, foul ball down the third baseline for strike number 1. Evens the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. In fact, in left field, just over that Black Hills sign in left field is where Shelton hit it out yesterday. Was able to put a ride into it, and he got the designated hitter spot. Coach Monterio May obviously saw something he liked in that BP session as a big swing and a miss. Shelton trying for the fences, now behind in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Scully trying to finish off the Trappers and get out of trouble in the first inning as Caden Cardoso stands at third base. Pitch taken with 2 strikes, a risky take as that one was closer to the strike zone than I think Shelton thought it would be. And a ball in the dirt makes the count 3 balls, 2 strikes. A full count with Jacob Newman on deck. The full count with 2 outs and the payoff pitch coming from Trayton Scully. Scully deals, that one swung and fouled off. Shelton just getting a piece of it as it rolls back to the backstop, keeping the Trappers inning alive here in the bottom of the second. Jacob Newman on deck, and as I mentioned in the pregame show, an intern for the Trappers. That one's grounded. Third base, it will be Riley throwing over to first in time by a mile for out number 3 as the Trappers yet again get a runner to third base but fail to bring him home as we remain scoreless through 2 full innings. And at this time, we'd like to thank the 2021 partners of the Pierre Trappers, including A Cut and Style, Branding Iron Bistro, Gators Pizza, Guadalajara's, Graham Tire, Hero Gym, United Way, Todd's Electric, Zesto, Xander Auto Parts, the South Dakota Lottery, and La Minestra. As Nick McCullum warms up for his 3rd inning of work, McCullum has been dealing tonight. This collegiate season playing for Georgia Southwestern, he pitched in 33 2/3 innings, acquired 35 strikeouts. In just 2 innings of work in this opening day appearance for the Pierre Trappers, he's notched 5 Ks as he looks to continue his success heading into the 3rd inning as the Sodbusters flip back to the top of the lineup with Carson Cahoy. Cahoy singled into center field, made it to third base, but could not score as strike 1 is called on the inside part of the plate for the Hastings Sodbusters. A line drive. That one's heading into left field. That one will drop for a base hit. Cardoso retrieves it and fires into Shelton. And a leadoff base hit for the 2nd time when Carson Cahoy is at the dish. Cahoy 2 for 2 against the Pierre Trappers and the lone Sodbuster with a base hit. The base hit will bring up Tyler Monroe. He struck out swinging in his first plate appearance. But with Cahoy now at first base, we'll see if the Busters can get anything across. First pitch from McCullum is outside. Monroe, a native of Lincoln, Nebraska, batted .342 for the Northeast Community College Hawks, including launching 4 long balls. A dribbler, that one's going to be in play. Retrieving it's McCullum. McCullum, the flip over to first to Hamill. Hamill retrieves it in time for the out. Moving up to second base is Cahoy from first as the 1-3 ground out will move Cahoy into scoring position for the Hastings Sodbusters with 1 out. That will bring up Trevor Matson, the first baseman wearing number 34 for the Hastings Sodbusters. That one's in the dirt, gets away. Reinhardt heading back to retrieve it as that one trickles past the walk-up area, and now Cahoy in danger of scoring. It's his second time to third base tonight, this time trying to push a run across for the Hastings Sodbusters. With one out, the sacrifice fly still in effect for the Busters. A big swing and a miss heads off the mask of Reinhardt. Excuse me, that hit off the mask of our home plate umpire in Chad Williams. He's taking a moment to recompose himself as Reinhardt will take the march to the pitcher in Nick McCullum. But a big swing and a miss will even the count as Chad Williams, our home plate umpire, shaking off the foul ball that went straight into his screen. And this is why umpires, catchers, all of that, they wear safety equipment for that sole reason. And unfortunately for Williams, that went right off his face mask. Certainly not something I think he was expecting walking down onto the field tonight. And here comes the 1-1 count. And that one's right down, a nice curveball by Nick McCullum in there for strike number 2. Haven't seen too many breaking balls by McCullum as the fastball has seemed to trick them. And another breaking ball, that one will bounce in front of the plate. Reinhardt, a nice block, keeping Cahoy where he is at third base. But that will even the count on Matson at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ian Riley on deck with Jack Hammond in the hole for the Hastings Sodbusters. McCullum sets and deals a big swing and a miss. Strikeout number 6 for Nick McCullum. Another K goes in the scorebook, and Nick McCullum has been lighting up this Hastings lineup so far, with really the exception of Carson Cahoy, who stands at third base. Speaking of third base, it will be the third baseman and Ian Riley taking the next plate appearance. 0 for 0 today after he walked back in the first inning. Didn't get any farther than first base as the first pitch, a breaking ball by McCullum, taken for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike here in the top of the third with 2 outs, still scoreless. McCullum lifts his leg. That one will be a foul ball heading to right field, and trying to make the play on it was the first base coach for the Hastings Sodbusters. As now it will be Riley falling behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is taken high and outside for ball number 1. Riley struck out just 1 time in his 8 at-bats against the Fremont Moo. McCullum trying to strike him out again. A swing and a miss. Strikeout number 7 for Nick McCullum, as he has just been dominant through 3 innings for the Pierre Trappers. A big strikeout for Nick McCullum as he gets out of the inning with a strikeout. All 3 innings McCullum has gotten out of with the punch-out. It's number 7 for McCullum as the Sodbusters continue to look for answers. We'll be right back for the bottom of the third with the Pierre Trappers, Mixlr, and YouTube streams. And we'd like to take this moment to thank some more partners of the Pierre Trappers, including Sanford Health, Red Rosa, Pierre Physical Therapy, Perkins, Clausen and Rice, Envirotech, Floyd's Truck Center, the Governor's Inn, Gentleman's Barber Shop, and Gators Pizza. Thank you for continuing to support Pierre Trappers Baseball. today for opening day, we will take questions, comments, concerns, anything you have. Leave it in either the YouTube or Mixlr chats. Love to interact with you here on the broadcast. Jacob Newman lines one into center field. Jacob Newman has a base hit, and the reason that's a big deal for the Pierre Trappers is because Newman is an intern for the Trappers in the starting 9 due to a shortage of players. Myself and the other interns for the Pierre Trappers have gotten to know Jacob Newman quite well, and just to see him get a base hit in the opening day game is just a sight to behold, and couldn't be happier for Newman, the sophomore out of Brandeis. Wow, what a story for Jacob Newman coming into this season thinking he'd just throw a few bullpens. He's a normal pitcher for Brandeis University. However, thought he would just get a few practices, maybe a couple bullpens at practice, and he will instantly be picked off as Scully fires over to Matson. He thought he would just be a normal intern working with the team, but when Montario May found out that they might be short on players, specifically catchers, they took him out of the intern lineup and put him on the actual lineup. As that one's a fly ball into right field. That one's going to drop for a base hit. Rounding second and heading for third, Newman's caught in a pickle, but he'll be able to retreat back to second base with a dropped ball by Monroe. And the Pierre Trappers are in business here at the bottom of the third. 2 back-to-back base hits. Newman thought about going for third, but instantly had to retreat back to first base, as that will bring up Cole Yancey, who heading into this inning was the lone Trapper with a base hit. So now Newman stands at second, Skelton at first. But Newman was put in the lineup, thought he might be the starting catcher. We found out today that it would be Brock Reinhardt instead starting as the pitch, as that one's going to be a high pop-up. And making the catch, barely making the catch, I should say, is Monroe charging into the shallow infield from his shortstop position, as Yancey will pop out to the shortstop for out number 1, which will bring up Brock Reinhardt. But more on Jacob Newman, that we all thought he would be the starting catcher, or at least a backup catcher for Brock Reinhardt. Coach May hands us all the lineup card, and we see he's batting 9-hole. Not only that, but in center field, a position he hasn't played since, I believe he was telling us, since middle school. So the center fielder for the Pierre Trappers and an intern heading into this season getting a base hit, as the first pitch is taken for strike number 1 to Brock Reinhardt. Correction, that's ball number 1. And a big swing and a miss, as that will go for strike number 1 to Brock Reinhardt. But the story of Jacob Newman coming into this season thinking he'd just throw a few bullpens and join the intern squad, only to be pulled and get a starting nod, and not only that, but a base hit in his first plate appearance since high school. A swing and a miss by Reinhardt makes the count 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Runners at first and second for the Pierre Trappers, with Jacob Newman at second and Tyler Skelton standing at first base. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, bottom third, still scoreless. Trayton Scully deals, and that one will be a swing and a miss by Brock Reinhardt as he goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. His first strikeout was looking. This one will go down as a swinging strikeout. And out number 2, and yet again, the Trappers find themselves in a position of having runners in scoring position, but then letting the outs creep up on them. Now with 2 outs, it's going to have to be a base hit into the outfield to score Newman from second. A big swing as Hamill loses the bat. It goes all the way back to the backstop. Hamill having to go and retrieve it himself. That's the second time tonight, won by both teams, that the bat has flown out of the hands of a batter. But Hamill heading back in to continue as at bat. Nick Hamill, this season for the Warhawks at McMurray University, batted .317 on the season, 6 doubles, a triple, and 2 long balls. He got a stolen base on his only attempt at the extra bag. So after the bat flies out of Hamill's hand, he will step back in the box with an 0-1 count. Number 20, Trayton Scully, sets and deals right down the middle of the plate. Hamill did not even look like he was going to offer a swing at that one as he finds himself now down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Hamill 0 for 1 today with a ground out to first unassisted. Scully deals. That one's going to be a ground ball, and yet again, the first baseman, Matson, heads over to first. He takes it himself to end the inning as we're still scoreless through 3 innings. The Trappers get 2 more base hits, but all that matters is that scoreboard remains 0-0. We'll be back for the Trappers and the Sodbusters on YouTube and Mixlr when we return for the 4th inning. The Pierre Trappers are proud to partner with the Governor's Inn, the exclusive motel partner of the Pierre Trappers. Call 605-224-4200 for a special Trappers rate when you visit Pierre and Hyde Stadium. Whether you're coming for the best hunting, fishing, and outdoor recreation in the Midwest, just passing through, or coming out to the ballpark, the Governor's Inn is the place for you. Welcome back for the 4th inning here from Hyde Stadium. We're still scoreless. Hits remain fairly even with Hastings with 2 base hits, the Pierre Trappers with 3. Leading off will be Jack Hammond for the Hastings Sodbusters. He'll take the first pitch right down the middle of the plate. And with 9 outs recorded by the Pierre Trappers, 7 of them have been punch-outs by Nick McCullum. The lone other 2 were a ground out to short and a ground out right back to McCullum. Next pitch by McCullum is a called strike. No balls, 2 strikes. And just through about 3 innings, heading into his 4th inning of work, one thing I've noticed about Nick McCullum is another pitch. That one's going to be grounded into foul territory. Making the play on it is the acting first base coach for the Hastings Sodbusters, Matt Rodriguez, who is a typical player, but with only 1 coach in for the Sodbusters, they're having a player as their first base coach. Pitch goes high. First ball taken of the plate appearance for Jack Hammond makes the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hammond the leadoff batter for this inning. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout looking back in the first, and a swing and a miss. Punch out number 8 on the night for Nick McCullum, as he has just been dominant for the Pierre Trappers. Strikeout number 8 for Nick McCullum, as the Sodbusters, and as I mentioned earlier, the only Sodbuster who seems to have a grasp on Nick McCullum is Carson Cahoy, who's 2 for 2 with 2 singles and accounts for the only 2 hits today for the Hastings Sodbusters. And a big swing and a miss by Trayton Kozol, who's the new batter for the Hastings Sodbusters. Kozol struck out in the dirt. It was thrown from the catcher to the first baseman as it was a drop third strike in his last plate appearance. The pitch goes in the dirt for ball number 1. McCullum sets and deals outside part of the plate. Fastball called for strike 2. But what I've noticed from McCullum is once he gets the ball from his catcher, he does not like to wait around. I feel like I'm constantly speeding up, as here's another pitch from McCullum. That one's on the outside part of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. McCullum does not like to waste time with any of the shenanigans of calling for a sign. He likes to wheel and deal, and he's been doing that so far. A swing and miss in the dirt. Punch out number 9 for Nick McCullum. This has been a dominant performance for Nick McCullum and the Trappers pitching staff, as Hastings simply has not had an answer. as that will bring up JT Cafferty. Cafferty, the catcher for the Sodbusters. As that one's grounded into foul territory. Making the play on it was Perez at third base. Cafferty struck out swinging back in the second inning. He gets another plate appearance here, and he'll start things off with 2 strikes on him. And now McCullum, he's been trying to do it a couple times tonight, but now trying to strike out the side in order with 3 punch-out swinging. The pitch from McCullum, taken on the outside part of the plate for ball number 1, gets a groan from the home supporters here at Hyde Stadium. A decent crowd here from Hyde Stadium. Can seat around 1,500. I would say the attendance right now is somewhere close to 600 to 700 spectators here from Hyde Stadium. Foul ball heads back to the screen off the bat of Cafferty. Cafferty steps out of the batter's box, does a little check swing with the wood bats. The college players have to get used to those wood bats as they're used to aluminum. And a swing and a miss. Nick McCullum has struck out the side. Strikeout number 10 for Nick McCullum. A dominant force on the mound as the Trappers continue to dominate defensively. They'll look to get on the board offensively when we return for the bottom of the 4th inning. And at this time, we'd like to thank more sponsors for the 2021 Pierre Trappers, including First Dakota National Bank, the Fieldhouse, Shell's Quick Stop, the South Dakota Treasurer's Office, Right Turn with Christensen Farms, Oahe Pond, Oahe Family YMCA, Marco, Long Branch, Leisure Palace, Avera, Bank West, Big Tom's Diner, Branding Iron Bistro, Capital Sports, and Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota. Thank you for continuing to be a sponsor for the 2021 Pierre Trappers. And welcome back for the bottom of the 4th inning. Caden Cardoso will lead things off for the Pierre Trappers. He had a walk in his only other plate appearance back in the 2nd inning. He takes a practice cut. Still in for the Hastings Sodbusters, number 20, and Trayton Scully. Scully, only allowing 3 base hits, has allowed a few runners to get to 3rd, but the important thing is that he hasn't allowed a run for the Sodbusters. Cardoso will take the first pitch for ball number 1 to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning. Cardoso gets set in the box. The pitch from Scully on the outside part of the plate catches the plate and the strike zone, as Chad Williams calls it, strike number 1, evening the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. The third pitch of the plate appearance heads on the outside part of the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike. Not too many control issues for Scully, only issuing 1 walk. Ironically enough, it was to Cardoso, the current batter. The pitch from Scully, high drive, right field, that one's deep. Does that have enough? That one is gone! A home run for Caden Cardoso. The Trappers get on the board with a solo shot to lead off the 4th inning. And they're breaking out The home run hoop. Caden Cardoso gets the Trappers on the board. Slams it down. He had a weak assist on that one as the Trappers take the lead 1-0 off a moonshot to right field by Caden Cardoso. Wow, what a plate appearance for Cardoso. So the Trappers get on the board with a big shot to right field. They are on the board 1-0. Trappers over the Sodbusters. So after all that excitement, we have to calm back down, and immediately Braden Sorchi gets one through into left field. Another base hit for the Pierre Trappers. A home run by Caden Cardoso, and then a single by Braden Sorgi, which will bring up Brendan Perez. I barely have time to catch my breath. Brendan Perez 0 for 1 today with a fly out to right field. A single by Brendan Perez. Excuse me, this will bring up Perez as a ground ball to short. The throw, no throw, and another base hit for the Pierre Trappers. They are in business here in the bottom of the fourth inning. So back-to-back-to-back base hits puts runners at first and second, with the first of those base hits being a solo shot into right center field just to the right of the scoreboard. And now the catcher in Cafferty, and making the trek out to the mound for the Hastings Sodbusters, is their general manager and acting coach in Scott Galusha, just trying to calm Trayton Scully down. Still nobody warming up in that Hastings bullpen, so Galusha has faith in his guy. Galusha will take the walk back. We'll bring up Jared Shelton, the designated hitter. The pitcher, who in BP hit a home run out to left center field over that Black Hills Federal Credit Union sign to straightaway left. Shelton will lean back and gets ready for the at-bat. Shelton fouls that one off for strike number one, and I feel like it's the first time that things have actually settled down and we're able to take a deep breath and really take in what just happened after the solo shot by Cardoso. Runners at first and second for the Pierre Trappers, and it's Shelton taking the at-bat. It's 1-0 with the Pierre Trappers in front after the solo shot. Scully checks in on the runner at second base in Sorgi. The deal, that one's low and outside for ball number one. A nice block by Cafferty keeps runners in check. Standing and looking in is Scully. Takes his time. The deal. That one's grounded to the shortstop. Monroe fields it, steps on second himself. The throw into first in time. So the double play is achieved. It will go down as a 6-3 double play, but it will move Braden Sorgi up to first. Apologize for the camera angle, not getting that double play. And again, that home run. Caden Cardoso, the lone Canadian on the roster, sending one over the wall from the capital of South Dakota. Now batting is Jacob Newman. He takes a healthy cut for strike number one. A base hit is basically needed to drive in that runner from third in Braden Sorgi. An 0-1 count. That one gets away. Sorgi thought about taking off. Will retreat instead back to third. Evens the count on Newman to 1 ball, 1 strike. Newman 1 for 1 today. Singled in the third inning, getting another plate appearance here in the fourth. Newman kicks the bat off his shoes a couple times before standing back in. Newman taps his bat, winds it up over his shoulder, gets set. Sorgi taking a big lead off a third. A swing and a miss. A healthy cut by Newman makes it 1 ball, 2 strikes. Newman trying to solve Scully for the second time, or is it Scully now figuring out what this roster looks like that he's able to make some adjustments? Scully, a long look in at the plate. Finally kicks his leg up and deals. That one's taken on the outside part of the plate. Newman a good take with 2 strikes, as it was Cafferty reaching over to make the catch. Evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trappers lead 1-0 here in the bottom of the 4th with 2 outs. And a swing, that's a ground ball, speared by Matson. Matson will carry it over, and that a 3 unassisted will end the inning, but a solo shot by Caden Cardoso gets the Trappers on the board. It's 1-0 Trappers as we head to the 5th. When we return here on the Trappers Mixler and YouTube streams. And again, we'd like to thank a few sponsors of the 2021 Pierre Trappers, including Cattlemen's Club, Chase Auto and RV, Edward Jones, Mark Ullman, Cowboy Country Stores, Slumberland, Stella Rosa Wine, Wheelhouse Plumbing, The Paint Store 2, Smith Fireworks, Shane's Pharmacy, and Pierre Family Dental. Again, thank you for continuing to be supporters of the 2021 Pierre Trappers. After 10 strikeouts, the Trappers and Nick McCullum look to continue their hot streak here in the 5th inning. Some awkward shadows making their way onto the field, and a big swing and miss begins the at-bat. Cameron McClure, the batter for the Hastings Sodbusters, 0 for 0 with a walk back in the 2nd inning. Now here in the 5th, a huge swing and a miss. McClure was swinging for the fences, maybe with a bit of vengeance, as he was announced as the Pierre Trappers beer batter tonight. If he strikes out in this at-bat, everyone in this stadium is going to cheer a little bit louder because it means they get $1 off of beer next inning. And a ball in the dirt makes the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. McCullum already with 10 strikeouts, looking for punch-out number 11 here in the top of the 5th. The pitch by McCullum, swing, and I think that got a piece of the bat. I could hear it a little bit out of my headset, as that was a foul ball, making the count remain 1 ball, 2 strikes, as McClure, the leadoff batter for the Hastings Sodbusters, in the top of the 5th inning, batting 8 in the starting lineup when we began tonight. Here comes the pitch from McCullum. A foul ball straight back into the screen. If there was no screen there, I probably could have made a play on it. 2 straight foul balls by McClure. McClure hasn't had the start to the season he's wanted. 2 for 7 with 4 punch-outs. Heading into tonight's game, as another one is going to be fouled off. Heading into the, I believe this is the 6th or 7th pitch of the at-bat coming from McClure. Excuse me, from McCullum. McCullum to McClure. And yet another foul ball, as the pitch by McCullum fouled straight back into the screen. Jared Shelton coming out of the Pierre dugout to provide our home plate umpire with some more balls, including Nick McCullum, who's on the mound. The 1-2 count, it remains to McClure as that one's taken inside, the crowd groaning, wanting that dollar off of beer. Ball number 2, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, McClure leading off the Sodbusters' 5th with Stevens on deck. Cahoy in the dirt. That one's a strikeout, heading over to first in time. Strikeout number 11. It looked like McClure was a little confused on what happened as he talks to his first base coach. And the cheers came from this Hyde Stadium crowd as it's a dollar off a beer due to the McClure strikeout and drop third, strike thrown onto first. But it is out number 1 indeed. Trevor Stevens will take the at-bat. He struck out swinging in his only other plate appearance of the day. That was back in the 2nd inning. He'll start things off with a ball. Stevens plays his regular season ball for the Cloud County Community College Thunderbirds. They're batted .216. As another pitch taken on the outside part of the plate. 2 balls, no strikes to Nick McCullum. From Nick McCullum to Trevor Stevens. McCullum sets and deals. That one's high, and now McCullum falls way behind in the count. 3 balls, no strikes to the 9-hole batter for the Hastings Sodbusters. McCullum deals, check swing. It will be a called strike anyway. Makes the count 3 balls, 1 strike, and the hitters count to Trevor Stevens. On deck is Carson Cahoy. Cahoy so far the only buster with a base hit. That one's a ground ball. Foul ball as it was fielded by Nick Hamill, the first baseman in foul territory. Called a foul ball by Alex Schumacher, our field umpire. 2 umpires set for the Expedition League. Home plate umpire Chad Williams and field umpire Alex Schumacher. And with the foul ball, it will make the count 3 balls, 2 strikes. That one on the outside part of the plate. And drawing a walk will get a runner at first. So now Trevor Stevens on first base with a walk. It's the 3rd walk surrendered by Nick McCullum tonight. And that will bring up Carson Cahoy. And Cahoy so far today has been a trapper killer. 2 for 2, both times getting to third base. Luckily for the Trappers, he's not gotten any farther than third base. But he is 2 for 2 and the only Sodbuster so far today with a base hit. That one's going to be a ball in the dirt. Reinhardt chases after it. And a long chase after it. It gave even Trevor Stevens a chance to look at third base as he'll advance to second on the pass ball. The 3rd pass ball of the evening from Brock Reinhardt. Stepping back in the box is Cahoy with a 1-0 count on him. So the 1-0 to Cahoy. Checking back on the runner at second base. That one is also inside for ball number 2. And McCullum, after striking out Cameron McClure, has struggled with control. Fell behind 3-0 to Trevor Stevens. Battled back but still surrendered the walk, and now down 2-0 in the count. And a pitch goes inside, 3 balls, no strikes. Cahoy looking for a pitch to hit, as that's what he's been doing, but I think McCullum, it's smart to pitch around Cahoy. And that's exactly what they'll do, as Cahoy will draw a 4-pitch walk. So now runners at first and second after Cahoy was put on with a 4-pitch walk. That's 2 consecutive walks surrendered by McCullum, and now taking the march out to the mound will be Montario May, the head coach of the Pierre Trappers, just to check in and see what the situation is. Now our camera won't reach to this angle, but it looks like there is a Trapper warming up in the bullpen. May will leave his pitcher as he is to face off against the two-batter and the shortstop in Tyler Monroe, who's 0 for 2 today with a ground out back to the pitcher and a strikeout swinging. With runners at first and second with 1 out in the inning, the Sodbusters are threatening to tie this ball game. And after the May met with his pitcher, we'll see if that had any effect on the first pitch of the at-bat to Monroe. And the first pitch, a fastball in the dirt for ball number 1. Monroe went 3 for 9 in the series against Fremont. Including 2 RBIs in that series against the Moo. And a pickoff attempt back to second base. They got him at second base. A pickoff attempt knocks off Trevor Stevens from second base. And you don't too often see a successful pickoff to second base. But there you go for out number 2 of the inning. So Stevens picked off at second base. A ball in the dirt makes a called strike makes it 1 ball, 1 strike. I'm not sure what I was looking at there. As now a runner is just at first base for the Sodbusters, represented by Carson Cahoy by way of the walk. Pitch is in there for strike number 2, 2 straight called strikes. And it almost seemed like Scott Galusha, the acting head coach of the Sodbusters, put on the red light after Stevens and Cahoy were walked in back-to-back batters, because Monroe has yet to offer at one. He finally does and fouls it back into the screen. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 5th inning, the Pierre Trappers in their opening day game have a 1-0 lead off a solo shot by the Canadian Caden Cardoso. McCullum checking back at second base, although no one's there, just trying to see if that pickoff really happened. McCullum, check swing, and they're going to call him out on strikes. Mark that as strikeout number 12 on the day for Nick McCullum. 2 more come in this inning, and McCullum gets out of trouble yet again as the Hastings Sodbusters fail to push runs across here in the 5th inning. We'll be back for the bottom of the 5th inning on the Trappers Mixlr and YouTube streams. When it comes to clothing in the capital area, Total Beauty and Speedway Laundry have you covered. Speedway Laundry offers the fastest way to clean clothes, with free Wi-Fi offered while you wait. Next door, family-owned and operated Total Beauty has a constantly changing inventory of top-quality clothing. Check out the newest lines in clothing by giving Total Beauty and Speedway Laundry a visit at 111 First Street in Fort Pierre. Welcome back for the bottom of the 5th inning. The Pierre Trappers look to add on to their lead thanks to the Canadian Caden Cardoso. A 1-0 lead for the Pierre Trappers as they look to add on to that here in the bottom of the 5th. We'll quickly take you around scores in the Expedition League. In the bottom of the 3rd, the Spearfish Sasquatch have a 4-3 lead over the Badlands Big Sticks. In the top of the 4th, the Western Nebraska Pioneers have a 1-0 lead over the Casper Horseheads. In the bottom of the 4th, the Sabre Dogs have a 4-1 lead over the Wheat City Whiskey Jacks. In the top of the 5th, the Fremont Moo, the defending Expedition League champions, have a 4-1 lead over the expansion Sioux Falls Sunfish. And in the battle of the expansion teams, the Mining City Tommyknockers and the Canyon County Spuds are scoreless in the bottom of the 1st inning. We appreciate all of you who continue to comment and continue to cheer on both the Hastings Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers today on our YouTube and Mixlr chats. Thank you again. As leading things off will be Tyler Skelton to lead off the Trappers half of the 5th inning. First pitch will be in the dirt, rolling all the way back to the backstop for ball number 1. As that one got by Cafferty. Luckily, again, no one was on the bases for the Pierre Trappers that would allow them to get into scoring position. Scully still out there for his 5th inning of work. Called strike right down the middle of the plate for the leadoff batter, Tyler Skelton, not only leading off this inning, but leading off the game back in the first. A big swing and a miss by Skelton for strike number 2. He actually fouled that one off back into the screen. Skelton 1 for 2 today with a single in the 3rd and a ground out to shortstop in the 1st. Skelton adjusts his helmets, does a little shimmy in the box, sets out his bat, puts it on top of his shoulders. The pitcher for the Sodbusters, Trayton Scully, that one bounces off the chalk of the left-handed batter's box, putting up a little white puff of smoke. 2 balls, 2 strikes after the pitch in the dirt. On deck for the Trappers is Cole Yancey, then Brock Reinhardt. Yancey 1 for 2 today, Reinhardt 0 for 2. Another pitch in the dirt by Trayton Scully. Scully in his first appearance for the Hastings Sodbusters today, or this season, excuse me. And a full count coming to Tyler Skelton. That one is in the dirt, drop strike. And that will be a leadoff walk for Tyler Skelton. So Skelton will lead things off by getting a runner on, and that's really all you can ask for as the leadoff batter as he gets on by way of the walk. Now it's number 20 in Cole Yancey. Yancey 1 for 2 with a single, advanced to 3rd on 2 passed balls back in the 1st inning, and then popped out to the shortstop in the 3rd. Now with a runner on and nobody out, we'll see what Yancey can do against Scully, his 3rd time facing him. First one, that's going to be a popped-up bunt into foul territory. Chasing after it was Cafferty, but the reaction time was way too late to be able to actually have a realistic play on the ball. Trayton Scully so far today, a far cry from what Nick McCullum's been able to do. He has 2 strikeouts compared to McCullum's 12, but heading into his 5th inning of work. An 0-1 count to Cole Yancey after the bunt attempt, and that one's going to be fouled back into the screen as well for strike number 2. The Trappers have a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Nobody out, an 0-2 count. 1 runner on. It's Tyler Skelton at first base. Opening day here for the Pierre Trappers in the 2021 Expedition League season. Pickoff attempt at first base, but back in there safely by a long shot was Tyler Skelton. Yancey with an 0-2 count. That's a swing and a miss. And it took him a second to step out of the box, but it is indeed out number 1. As stealing second base, that was kind of an afterthought as I saw Yancey strike out swinging, but Skelton will get to second base. The first stolen bag for the Pierre Trappers on the season. So now the Trappers with a runner in scoring position with 1 gone after the Yancey strikeout, but will bring up Brock Reinhardt. Reinhardt 0 for 2 with 2 punch-outs. And unfortunately, with our current baseball operations intern, Jacob Newman, currently manning center field and batting 9th in the lineup, our live sets aren't available, thus we don't have live pitch counts for both pitchers. So we apologize for that, but we plan to get that for the next homestand for the Pierre Trappers. A ground ball. That one will get through into right field. Rounding third and heading home is Tyler Skelton, and the Trappers have their 2nd run of the ball game after a line drive base hit into right field by Brock Reinhardt. Trappers now lead 2-0. So a base hit by Brock Reinhardt brings in Tyler Skelton. It will remain as a single. But with Skelton, that stolen base by Yancey the stolen base during the Yancey at bat ended up paying off. as a single into the outfield allowed Skelton to get all the way home. And that one's going to be a drive into the shallow infield. It will go down as a 4-6-3 double play for the Hastings Sodbusters. So they get out of the inning with minimal damage, but the Trappers do add another run onto their total. A RBI single by Brock Reinhardt makes the score 2-0 with the Pierre Trappers in front. And once again, we'd like to go through and thank some of our 2021 sponsors for the Pierre Trappers, including Farmers Union Insurance, Rob's Lounge, Aflac, Allied Plumbing and Heating, and Lutheran Memorial Church. Thank you again for being partners of the 2021 Pierre Trappers. We do have a pitching change to announce. After 12 strikeouts and 5 innings of work, Monterio May goes to the bullpen for number 12, Tyler Lubin. Lubin in 4.2 innings pitched in the regular season, pitching for the Minot State Beavers, originally from El Cajon, California, a sophomore going to be entering his junior year. A bit of a sidearm stance for Tyler Lubin. Should be an interesting dynamic to see how the Sodbusters respond to Lubin's sidearm action. Lubin, last season, the last 3 weeks of the season, he actually played for the Surrey Valley Saber Dogs, continuing to stay in the Expedition League now for the Pierre Trappers. Leading off for the Hastings Sodbusters in the top of the 6th inning will be Trevor Matson. Matson 0 for 2 today with a punch-out and a ground out to shortstop. Michael Adams in the YouTube chat, thank you for mentioning this. Every player and intern for the Pierre Trappers this season is staying with a host family who have been so kind enough to open their doors to complete strangers, whether that be interns or players, and welcome them into their home and be very friendly. I know I can personally thank, as a ball goes by Trevor Matson to begin the Sodbusters 6, my host family, the Halls, were kind enough to open their doors, and I can't thank them enough for that, and I'm pretty sure I echo the words of every other intern for the Pierre Trappers and around the Expedition League this year. Second pitch of the at-bat, it's going to be dropped by the shortstop in Shelton, and it will allow Matson to reach first safely. And the tough play by Shelton will go down as a base hit. So the third base hit for the Sodbusters tonight starts out Lubin's day. And that's a drive into right field. That one's heading towards the corner. And it will go well foul for strike number 2. So that makes it an 0-1 count now to Ian Riley after the base hit by Trevor Matson to lead off the 6th inning. So the 0-1, that one's going to be called a strike. Lubin's got some zip on that fastball. Obviously, with opening day, this is the first time that any pitcher that steps into the game for the Pierre Trappers will be seen by this hometown crowd in Pierre, South Dakota. Time called by our home plate umpire. Hastings making the trip up a state north from Nebraska to South Dakota to play the Trappers in a 3-game set. Game 2 tomorrow night at 7:05 Central Time. Pitch goes for a ball from Lubin. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ian Riley. Pitch goes outside, will even the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. With Matson standing at first, Riley has a chance for the Sodbusters to at least get 1 run back on the Pierre Trappers. And a foul ball by Lubin keeps the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. On deck for the Busters is the designated hitter in Jack Hammond. So the 2-2 yet again after the foul ball. Lubin sets. And that's a swing and a miss. That's the first strikeout of Lubin's day, as Ian Riley will go down on strikes. And that's the 13th strikeout of the game for the Pierre Trappers, with 12 from McCullum, now the first from Lubin. That will bring up the designated hitter, Jack Hammond. Hammond went down twice on strikes when it was McCullum in the game, getting his first chance with a new pitcher in Tyler Lubin. Sidearm action gets a strike in there for the first pitch of the plate appearance to Hammond. Hammond struck out looking in the first inning, swinging in the 6th inning, and if Lubin has anything to say about it, he will get the 3rd punch out against Jack Hammond tonight. A swing, and that will be a foul ball just off the tip of the bat, heading back into the screen. It will be an 0-2 count with 1 out for the Hastings Sodbusters. Hastings in their 3rd game of the season after they split a 2-game set with the defending Expedition League champions in the Fremont Moo. So having a few more games together, as another one will be fouled off. As you can see in the top left corner, if you're watching the YouTube stream, some action in the Sodbusters bullpen to potentially relieve Trayton Scully for the bottom half of this inning. A pitch, the home crowd let out a slight groan for 1 ball, 2 strikes. They thought it would be a strikeout looking, but went on the outside part of the plate for ball number 1. So the 1-2 count. The pitch to Jack Hammond, that one's going to be fouled off yet again. Hammond has done an excellent job of fighting off pitches, waiting for the one he could hit. A reminder that Trevor Matson is standing at first base for the Hastings Sodbusters. Top of the 6th inning, 1 out and a 1-2 count on Jack Hammond. And that's a line drive, well foul. Bullpen has to run out and receive it. In fact, chasing after it is Sodbuster and Leif Hultine, who has to go into shallow left field to retrieve the baseball. With a 1-2 count remaining, Hammond will take a ball on the outside low part of the plate. Hammond trying to avoid striking out for the 3rd time today. He already struck out twice at the hands of Nick McCullum. On deck will be Trayton Kozal, who's also struck out twice in today's game. Pitch low in the dirt makes the count full, as Hammond has worked the count back into his favor. It's now full, 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Sidearm pitch Goes on the outside part of the plate. Ball number 4 will put runners at first and second for the Hastings Sodbusters. So a runner in scoring position for the Busters with just 1 out in the inning. It will advance Matson over to second base due to the Hammond walk, and that will bring up Trayton Kozol, the left fielder, batting 6th in this Hastings lineup. That will bring up Trayton Kozol, who's struck out twice swinging, one by a dropped third strike, and the other, the traditional, goes into the catcher's glove, no ifs, ands, and buts about it, but you have to go back to the dugout. Kozol this season playing for the Iowa Western Community College Reavers, batted .323 on the year. High pop-up, but heads on top of the pavilion for the Branding Iron Bistro general admission section here at Hyde Stadium. So that foul ball makes the count no balls, 2 strikes, and a strikeout would be huge here for Tyler Lubin with runners in scoring position for the Busters. And that's going to be a ground ball right to the second baseman. That's a 4-6. No, it will not be a 4-6-3. And now a rundown for Matson heading to the catcher Reinhardt. Reinhardt sends it back to Perez, and making the catch will be Brendan Perez. And a rundown on Trevor Matson at between first and third. It wasn't originally a double play, but it turned into one for the Pierre Trappers. That will end the Hastings half of the 6th inning, as the Trappers get out of a jam and catch Matson between first and third. We'll be back for the bottom half of the 6th inning when we return on the Pierre Trappers Mixlr and YouTube streams. Join the Shell's loyalty program and never pay full price for gas again. Shell's loyalty members also get monthly specials for increased savings. Shell's doesn't just fill up your tank, but it also fills up your stomach with a variety of food and drinks. Become a Loyalty Club member today by visiting Shell's at 621 Sioux Avenue or give them a call at 605-224-6266. And at this time, we'd like to thank a few more of our 2021 Pierre Trappers sponsors, including Kathy Sonnenschein, Corner Station The Crossing, Central Dakota Eye Care, Oahe Federal Credit Union, May Adam, the Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce, today's game sponsor, and Total Beauty Speedway Laundry in Fort Pierre. Thank you yet again for continuing to be sponsors for the 2021 Pierre Trappers season. Heading into the bottom of the 6th inning, leading off will be the home run hitter in Caden Cardoso. The Canadian Caden hit one out to deep right field, just to the right of the scoreboard, out in right center field. Put the Trappers on the board first, leading 1-0. The Trappers since tacked on another run after that. So Cardoso led off the 4th inning. That's when he hit his home run, as he takes a ball early in this at-bat. That's when he hit the home run, when he led off an inning. He's leading off the bottom of the 6th inning as well, so we could see some deja vu if Cardoso goes yard. The 1-1, that one's going to be fouled off well out of play, and it actually will go onto Capitol Avenue, coming close to a passing car. Hyde Stadium, located in a very interesting part of Pierre, South Dakota, on the corner of Capitol Avenue and Ree Street, 1 block away from the governor's mansion where Kristi Noem spends most of her time, and 1 block away from the Capitol building of South Dakota. A high pop-up heading into deep left field. Unable to make the play, slipping and falling is Kozal, and able to make it to first base safely, and actually will end up getting to second base is Caden Cardoso. That will go down as an E7, but it puts Cardoso on second. So the first error from either side committed goes down on Trayton Kozal, the left fielder. So with the error by the left fielder that allowed Cardoso to get to second base, it will bring up Braden Sorgi. Sorgi 1 for 1 today with a sacrifice bunt and a single. Big cut and a miss by Sorgi. Braden Sorgi, a native of Savannah, Georgia, batting from the right-handed batter's box. His favorite food is some chicken wings. Takes the ball low in the dirt. And oddly enough, later this inning, I believe, we're going to have Scott from the Long Branch, a local restaurant here in Pierce, South Dakota, give out some chicken wings. So perfect timing for Braden Sorgi to get in on that action. Pitch goes a swing and a miss by Sorgi. 1 ball, 2 strikes with nobody out, with a runner in scoring position in form of Caden Cardoso. Sorgi did not get to play collegiately this season, but getting a chance with the Pierre Trappers. He'll swing through that one and miss, and that's the first out of the inning for the Pierre Trappers. So Sorgi goes down on strikes. By the way, still in the game, Trayton Scully in his 6th inning of work. That's his 3rd strikeout of the game, which will bring up Brendan Perez for the Pierre Trappers. 1 for 2 today. He singled back in the 4th and then flew out in foul territory to right field back in the 2nd. And he'll start his 3rd at-bat of the game with a swinging strike for strike 1. On deck is Jared Shelton, Jacob Newman in the hole. And a runner, Cardoso, was beaten out by a mile. What a throw by Cafferty. Cardoso caught stealing the first time a Trapper's been caught between the base paths, not only this game, but technically this season, with this being the Trappers' season opener. The count will now be no balls, 2 strikes to Brendan Perez, and a swing and a miss for the 3rd out of the inning. So a quick caught stealing and then a 3rd strike ends the inning for the Pierre Trappers. We'll head to the final 3rd of this ball game as we enter the 7th inning when we return here on the Trappers, Mixlr, and YouTube streams.
Hey, it's the old top Gator here with Gators Pizza, Pasta, Subs in the Northridge Plaza. Gators is known for top quality food. Now you can have our food selections delivered right to your front door using DoorDash. That's right, now you have 4 ways that you can get great Gators food: dine in, carry out, curbside pickup, and now delivery through DoorDash. Gators has been serving the Pierre area and now Trappers baseball fans since 1987. Gators Pizza, Pasta, Subs in the Northridge Plaza.
And as we enter the top of the 7th inning, once again, we'd just like to shout out the 2021 partners of Pierre Trappers Baseball, including First United Methodist Church, Farmers Union Insurance Mefford, Foster's Rental and the Governor's Inn, Black Hills Federal Credit Union, Brockay Financial, Capital City Wine and Spirit, and Beck Motors. Thank you for continuing to be partners of the 2021 Pierre Trappers. Leading things off is JT Cafferty, the catcher. He's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts, and he'll start things out with a called strike. Cafferty struck out swinging in both of his previous at-bats. Sidearm action from Lubin. Inside part of the plate for ball number 1. Evens the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cameron McClure on deck with Trevor Stevens in the hole, and that will be a base hit into center field. So the Sodbusters get a base hit to start the top of the 7th inning. And that's actually going to be the 4th time tonight that the Sodbusters have started the inning with a base hit. However, a 0 is still showing in their score column, as they've never allowed that runner, the Trappers have not allowed that leadoff batter when getting on base to advance. Pickoff attempt by Lubin, as getting back in there safely with a bunch of time is JT Cafferty. Pitch goes into the dirt. Trying to take off on it was Cafferty, but called back by his coaches, including a player and the general manager, as no actual coach for the Sodbusters is in town. The pitch from Lubin. That one is going to catch the high inside part of the plate for strike number 1. Evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. McClure is 0 for 1 today with a strikeout and a walk. Pickoff attempt to first base, and Cafferty is back in there safely. Tyler Lubin pitching in relief of Nick McCullum after McCullum went 5 innings with 12 strikeouts. Pitch goes into the dirt for Lubin, as McClure goes ahead in the count 2-1. On deck is Trevor Stevens. He's 0 for 1 today. And a swing, a foul ball heads back to the Hastings dugout. Bouncing off and coming out to retrieve it is Brendan Perez, the third baseman for the Trappers. The Trappers and Sodbusters doing battle here from Hyde Stadium. The first time the Expedition League has come back since last August, so Hyde Stadium's been in some need of some Trappers baseball. And here it is tonight. Goes outside for a ball. Jumping up on it was Reinhardt, trying to catch the runner in Cafferty back at first base. Count goes full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And a called strike 3. Lubin gets his 2nd strikeout of the game. And that one's called as, again, the beer batter for the Hastings Sodbusters goes down, drawing yet another big cheer from this crowd at Hyde Stadium, meaning another dollar goes off beer for the 8th inning. So that strikeout will bring up Trevor Stevens, the second baseman for the Hastings Sodbusters, with a runner still at first base. Pickoff attempt. And that's the 2nd successful pickoff attempt by the Pierre Trappers today. They catch Cafferty sleeping at first base, and a successful pickoff for out number 2. The base is now empty for the Busters. Trevor Stevens 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout to his name today from Hyde Stadium. Lubin looks in. The first pitch of the at-bat is in there, called strike 1. Again, our umpires, Chad Williams and Alex Schumacher. Williams behind the plate, Schumacher out in the field. Currently no action in the Trappers' bullpen, as they're trusting Lubin to get a few innings of relief with a short-handed pitching staff. Ball goes in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. With 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. 7th inning stretch on deck with one more out to obtain for the Trappers defense. Swing and a miss. Taking a big cut on it was Stevens. Stevens struck out swinging back in the second inning. He walked back in the fifth. Lubin trying to punch him out for the second time tonight. It was McCullum striking out the first time. Lubin trying to get his turn against Trevor Stevens. Stevens, a native of Omaha, Nebraska, takes a ball on the outside part of the plate, evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Played for the Cloud County Community College Thunderbirds and will enter his junior year in the fall. Stevens still hitless this season as he went 0 for 6 in the Fremont series. He's 0 for 1 today. Time called by our home plate umpire. Base paths are empty for the Hastings Sodbusters here with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. A 2-2 count to the 9-batter Trevor Stevens. Tyler Lubin, sidearm deals. That one's going to be a fly ball into shallow left field. Making the play on it is Caden Cardoso. Cardoso makes the catch for out number 3, and it's time to stand up and stretch your legs whether you're at Hyde Stadium or at home. It's time for the 7th inning stretch and the first of 64 in this Pierre Trappers season. We'll be back for the bottom of the 7th inning here on the Pierre Trappers Mixlr and YouTube streams. The Pierre Trappers are proud to partner with the Governor's Inn, the exclusive motel partner of the Pierre Trappers. Call 605-224-4200 for a special Trappers rate when you visit Pierre and Hyde Stadium. Whether you're coming for the best hunting, fishing, and outdoor recreation in the Midwest, just passing through, or coming out to the ballpark, the Governor's Inn is the place for you. Welcome back for the bottom of the 7th inning. A new pitcher comes into the game for the Hastings Sodbusters, and it will be number 7, Jacob Shaw. Shaw did get to pitch in relief in Game 2 yesterday against the Fremont Moo. He pitched 2/3 of an inning, had a walk and a strikeout. No hits, no runs, and that's really the important thing, what you're looking at. So the Sodbusters head to the bullpen for the first time in this series. It will be Jacob Shaw, number 7. Shaw, I believe there were 4 or 5 Sodbusters from Cloud County Community College playing for the Thunderbirds this season. Shaw had an 0-1 record in 1 1/3 innings pitched with a 27 ERA. Trying to work that down and hone his craft in his season with the Busters. Again, if you have any comments, concerns, questions, anything, our Mixlr and YouTube live chats are open. Happy for fan interaction. For the Pierre Trappers in the bottom of the 7th inning, it will be the designated hitter Jared Shelton leading things off, with Jacob Newman on deck, batting second this inning with Tyler Skelton in the hole. Jared Shelton listed as a pitcher in the Pierre Trappers lineup, but will get the DH spot after he hit a batting practice ball out to left field yesterday at practice. He will begin his at-bat, his 3rd at-bat, with a called strike down the middle of the plate. Shelton, a criminal justice and coaching major at the University of the Cumberlands, takes a big swing aiming for the fences. No balls, 2 strikes to Shelton leading off the 7th inning for the Trappers. A native of Fishers, Indiana, University of Cumberlands is in Kentucky, so going 1 state over. And a called strike 3 as Shelton goes down on strikes. So Shelton goes down on strikes, which will bring up the Trappers intern in Jacob Newman. He's 1 for 2 today, and he will lead things off, and it will go straight to Shaw. Shaw flips over to Matson for the second out. A quick 1-3 ground out for Jacob Newman. But you notice that I said intern when I introduced him, and that's because typically he is an intern. He's in the office, he's doing stats. In fact, he told me after he finishes today's game, he's going to go back on this YouTube stream, watch every single play, every single pitch, and insert it into the live stats. So if you're trying to look for the live stats and can't find it, that's why. It's because the guy who's supposed to be doing it just grounded out and is in the game for the Pierre Trappers. So that will bring up Tyler Skelton, who takes strike number 1. Skelton 1 for 2 today, a single, ground out, and walk. Grounded out in the first, singled in the third, and walked in the fifth. He will take a called strike number 2. A quick 2 outs for the Hastings defense against the Pierre Trappers, and now with an 0-2 count to Skelton, Shaw will try to end this inning early. A high pop-up into foul territory. Well foul, it bounces off of the concourse and onto Ree Street. Ree Street shares a border with not only the right field line of Hyde Stadium, but the end zone of the Pierre Governors High School football field, as it will be a swing and a miss by Skelton as he goes down on strikes to end the 7th inning. We'll head to the final 2 innings of regulation when we return here on the Mixlr and YouTube live streams for the Pierre Trappers. And one more time, we'd like to go around and thank sponsors for the 2021 Pierre Trappers baseball season, including Papa Murphy's Pizza, Michelle Maupin Barrett Photography, Layden and Associates, Lariat Lanes, L&M Barbershop, and American Family Insurance, Brittany Scheifelbein. Thank you again for being sponsors for the 2021 Pierre Trappers season. Pitching change for the Pierre Trappers. Out is Tyler Lubin. In comes number 24 in Noah Borwedge, the third pitcher of the night for the Pierre Trappers. A native of Chaska, Minnesota, attending the University of St. Paul's Concordia campus. Did not play this season, has never played in a collegiate league, but played Legion for 4 years, getting his first experience against collegiate batters here tonight. And it's always special when you can see something brand new that nobody's ever seen before in a baseball game, and that's Noah Borwedge against collegiate hitters. And he will have to face the top of the Sodbusters lineup with Cahoy, Monroe, and Matson due up. Again, we appreciate you interacting with our YouTube live stats. Miss Galusha even extending a Go Sodbusters. Sodbusters fans, Trappers fans, we're all just here to enjoy some baseball. And so far, it's Scott Galusha, the head coach, the general manager, I should say, of the Hastings Sodbusters, having to be acting head coach until more coaches can come into town. Carson Cahoy will lead things off. Noah Borwedge's first pitch is in there. I believe that was a called strike, and it was. The scoreboard reflects that. The pitch from Borwedge, throwing a missile of a fastball for an 0-2 count. The 0-2 from Borwedge, and that's a line drive into right field. That will drop for a base hit. Cahoy, his third base hit of the game. He accounts for 3 out of the 4 Sodbusters base hits. So a leadoff base hit for Carson Cahoy. He's 3 for 3 after drawing a walk with 3 at-bats. Taking the plate appearance now is Tyler Monroe. Monroe 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out back to the pitcher. Noah Borwedge, first pitch to Monroe is a ball. That one is on the outside part of the plate. An interesting tactic as Monroe leaned out of the way for that pitch, but it was on the outside part of the plate, and home plate umpire Chad Williams reflects that with a called strike. Here comes the 1-1 from Borwedge, and a called strike. Monroe turns back to the umpire to plead his case, but he's going to have to settle for a 1-2 count. So a 1-2 count now to Tyler Monroe, who's 0 for 3 today, struck out twice. And he will strike out for a 3rd time. He swings and misses. It's the first strikeout of the night for Noah Borwedge, which means every Trappers pitcher that has gotten in the game tonight has gotten a punch-out against a buster batter. With Carson Cahoy standing on first base, it will bring up Trevor Matson. Matson 1 for 3 with a single in the 6th inning, grounded out in the 1st, struck out swinging in the 3rd. That one runs inside for ball number 1. Borwedge, a left-handed pitcher, the first time that the Trappers have gone with a lefty today. And a swing and a miss by Matson will go for strike number 1, evening the count. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Trappers lead 2-0 here in the top of the 8th inning. Borwedge looks in. A bit of a check swing by Matson. Borwedge lifts the leg and fires in. A little low, just below the kneecaps to Matson. 2 balls, 1 strike. So the 2-1 now to Matson. Borwedge checks in at Cahoy at first base. The pitch, and that one will be in there for strike number 2. Evening the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Borwedge goes around, stepping onto the rubber from the side angle. Looks in, letting the arm hang. The pitch inside, that's going to be a pop-up into foul territory. Is there a play on it? Will hit off the top of the Trappers' dugout and go out of play. Ian Riley on deck for the Hastings Sodbusters. Riley 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts and a walk, but Matson still batting with a 2-2 count with 1 out. The pitch from Borwedge. Inside for ball 3. The count is now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Trevor Matson. Matson getting ready. Borwedge checks in over at Cahoy. The pitch from Borwedge. A ground ball to 3rd. But it goes foul. So that will remain a full count. It was immediately called dead by both umpires in Schumacher and Williams. Count remains full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Matson, a senior at Arcadia University. As another one trickles. And it keeps the count at 3 balls, 2 strikes to Trevor Matson. Matson working the count in this at-bat. He went 3 for 5 overall against Fremont in their series. And a pitch goes high for a walk. It will push Cahoy over to second. It will put Matson at first. The first time that Matson has drawn a walk today. He drew a walk yesterday against Fremont as well. It will bring up the third baseman, number 17, Ian Riley. And now Montario May coming out to talk to Borwedge. No action in the there is actually action in the Trappers bullpen. That looks to be unable to tell from our angle in the press box down the first baseline who is warming up in the Trappers bullpen. No action for the Sodbusters as May takes a trek back to the dugout. Borwedge stays in, at least for now. So it will bring Ian Riley to the dish. Riley for Cloud County Community College this year batted .305 with 9 home runs, 13 doubles, and 2 triples in the regular collegiate season. The pitch from Borwedge, ground ball to first. The pitch from Hamill. Hamill sends it over to second, but dropping the ball is the shortstop in Shelton. And everybody is safe. Hamill didn't have a play at first, so the runner at first base is safe. It was a dropped fielder's choice attempt over to second base. So everybody is safe on the fielder's choice by Ian Riley. So the Sodbusters are definitely now threatening the Pierre Trappers with the bases loaded and nobody out. Excuse me, with 1 out in the inning. And a ground ball. This could be a double play. Stepping on second, the throw into first, draws him off the bag, and air on the second baseman. Play at the plate. Reinhardt, the tag, he is out for out number 3. But the Sodbusters will score a run. So the Sodbusters score a run. The Trappers end up limiting the damage. It's now 2-1 Trappers when we return for the bottom of the 8th inning here on the Trappers Mixler and YouTube streams. When it comes to clothing in the capital area, Total Beauty and Speedway Laundry have you covered. Speedway Laundry offers the fastest way to clean clothes, with free Wi-Fi offered while you wait. Next door, family-owned and operated Total Beauty has a constantly changing inventory of top quality clothing. Check out the newest lines in clothing by giving Total Beauty and Speedway Laundry a visit at 111 First Street in Fort Pierre. Welcome back for the bottom of the 8th inning. The Sodbusters scratch across a run in the top of the 8th inning. They still are down by 1 run. It's 2-1 Trappers. Staying out for his 2nd inning of work is going to be Jacob Shaw. Shaw came in, pitched a 1-2-3 inning against the Trappers in the 7th inning. Here now in the bottom of the 8th, the Trappers trying to add some insurance. Their lead has now withered to 1 run. A confusing play at the end of the last inning, at the end of the top of the 8th inning, that allowed Hastings to get a run across. It was a fielder's choice by Ian Riley. Carson Gahoy did come around to score. Ground ball to third. It's Riley over to Matson. Matson was on the bag for out number 1. So a 5-3 ground out by Cole Yancey leads off the bottom of the 8th inning, which will bring up the catcher, Brock Reinhardt, who's 1 for 3 with a single in the 5th inning and then 2 strikeouts. First pitch outside for ball number 1. The 1-0 count. And a hearty swing and a miss by Brock Reinhardt. Reinhardt, the South Dakota State Jackrabbit in the regular season, coming down south from Brookings to play for the Pierre Trappers. Called strike 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brock Reinhardt. Reinhardt pleading his case with home plate umpire, but to no avail. It remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a foul ball. That one's going to head on to Capitol Avenue. I can't tell. The pavilion for general admission is in the way, but that one, with the angle that it bounced off of Capitol Avenue, might have hit a car parked on the right field line. A swing and a miss by Brock Reinhardt for the second out of the inning. It's the third punch out that Shaw has obtained. And that will bring up Nick Hamill. Hamill 0 for 3 today. 2 groundouts to the first baseman unassisted, and then a 4-6-3 double play that he grounded into. First pitch is in there for a called strike number 1. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Pierre Trappers have a 2-1 lead over the Hastings Sodbusters. Pitch is outside for ball number 1. So with Nick Hamill batting with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th and a 1-1 count. Pitch goes well inside. Hamill had to duck out of the way. It got pretty close to actually where his helmet meets his face, but Hamill able to get out of the way and into safety. YouTube comment watching from Illinois. Thank you so much for watching Trappers baseball. That one's a high fly ball into shallow right field. Making the play on it will be McClure. McClure grabs it for the 3rd out, and we will head to the 9th. The Pierre Trappers 3 outs away from victory. We'll see if they can obtain it or if the Sodbusters can battle back and tie it and maybe even take the lead when we return for the 9th inning here on the Pierre Trappers Mixlr and YouTube streams. Trappers fans, summer is here. Get your boat back in shape with a visit to Dano's Marine. Dano's Marine will get you back out on the water this summer with excellent service and years of experience. Give them a call at 605-224-6612 or visit them at 320 St. Charles Street in Pierre. Any water, any problem, Dano's Marine. Welcome back for the top of the 9th inning. The Pierre Trappers 3 outs away from victory in their season opener. The season opener has not been kind to the Pierre Trappers in their short history. They are 0-3 in season openers, trying to change the course of history with this 2021 squad. Only the 2nd time that Trappers have ever opened at Hyde Stadium. A ball in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Leading off is Trayton Kozol. Kozol 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a double play. Grounding into a double play. Borwedge the pitch. That one's in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike to Kozol. Borwedge the pitch. That one's in the dirt. 3 balls. Three balls, 1 strike to Trayton Kozol, who's leading off the Sodbusters' 9th. It will be Kozol, Cafferty, and McClure here in the 9th inning for the Hastings Sodbusters, trying to start a rally. Borwedge sets and deals high, goes over Reinhardt's head, and a leadoff walk surrendered by Noah Borwedge as Kozol gets on. So with the walk, it will put Kozol at first base. They thought because the pitch was so high, Kozol tried to take off for second base, but our umpires called it a dead ball, and Kozol will remain standing at first base. So the tying run for the Hastings Sodbusters now stands at first base, the go-ahead run at the dish. And now Scott Galusha coming out to argue his case, and now they will give him second base because of the pass ball. So Kozol, after the walk and the wild pitch by Noah Borwedge, will be granted second base. And now Montario May is out to argue with home plate umpire Chad Williams and explain why his side is right and why Kozol should go back to first. But it seems like they've reached an understanding, and Kozol remains at second base. So JT Cafferty is now the batter. He is 1 for 3 today with a single in the 7th inning, 2 strikeouts prior to that. In the 7th inning after his single, he was picked off at first. Nobody out here in the top of the 9th. First pitch by Borwedge is high for ball number 1. Kozol retreats back to second base. No action in either bullpen. Borwedge checks on Kozol at second, checks him again, finally deals, and a hearty swing and miss by Cafferty. He was trying to put the Sodbusters ahead. Evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike, a tight 2-1 contest, very similar to the Sodbusters' last game, a 2-1 decision against the Fremont Moo, in which the Moo ended up victorious. A ball in the dirt makes the count 2 balls, 1 strike to JT Cafferty, the catcher for the Sodbusters. Cameron McClure on deck. He's 0 for 2 for the Busters today. Top of the 9th inning, Hastings trying to mount a rally. Moon shining brightly over the left field wall. Another check-in on Kozol at second. The pitch from Borwedge. That one on the outside part of the plate for ball number 3. Some boos from the home crowd, but 3 balls, 1 strike, and now Borwedge is at risk of putting the go-ahead run on first base with nobody out. Borwedge takes a long stare in. Checks on Kozol. The pitch, a line drive. That's into center field. That will drop for a base hit. Rounding third and coming home is Kozol. And in there with no throw, the Hastings Sodbusters in the top of the 9th inning have tied this game at 2. And that's going to add some drama. Kozol scores off the RBI single by JT Cafferty. We are tied at 2. Now May coming out to the mound to talk to Borwedge. To take the at-bat would be Cameron McClure, barring a pinch hitter for the Sodbusters. Montario May continuing to talk to his pitcher in Borwedge. May yet again trusting his pitcher in Noah Borwedge, the freshman out of St. Paul Concordia and the native of Chaska, Minnesota. So with the go-ahead run and JT Cafferty standing at second base, it will bring up Cameron McClure, who's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts and a walk to his name. First pitch is in there for a called strike number 1. After May talked with Borwedge, he might have some control back on his stuff. Borwedge checking in on Cafferty. The pitch to McClure, that one on the low part, outside part of the plate. And a called strike 2, an 0-2 count. Now we're tied in the top of the 9th. A rally from down 2. The Hastings Sodbusters have come back to tie this game. And a pitch outside for ball number 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cameron McClure. The go-ahead run, and JT Cafferty stands at first. Half-hearted swing, appealing, and the field umpire and Alex Schumacher says he did go around. It's the second punch out of the night for Noah Borwedge, and out number 1 here in the top of the 9th. So that will bring up the 9 batter in Trevor Stevens, the second baseman. He's 0 for 2 today. A strikeout, a flyout, and a walk for Stevens, his box score today. With Cafferty standing at first, showing bunt, pulls back, steal attempt, down to second. The throw is not in time, as the go-ahead run is now in scoring position as Cafferty steals. Trevor Stevens, another batter for the Sodbusters at a Cloud County Community College, the native of Omaha, Nebraska, still looking for that elusive first hit of the season. He had 11 base hits with the Thunderbirds this season. Here's the pitch, check swing, but it's a called strike anyway. No balls, 1 strike. So Stevens sets, puts the bat on top of his shoulder. Borwedge checks over to Cafferty at second. Borwedge deals, swing and a miss. And that will go to strike number 1. Excuse me, strike number 2. And puts the count at 1 ball, 2 strikes. It would be a huge spot for Noah Borwedge to get a strikeout, limiting what the Sodbusters' options are for pushing across that go-ahead run. Borwedge steps off the mound and calls time, something in his eye, as he's able to get whatever it was out of his eye and stares back into his catcher in Brock Reinhardt. Borwedge checks back in on Cafferty. Cafferty doing a dance. And that's a called strike 3. Strikeout number 3 for Noah Borwedge on the day as Stevens goes down on strikes. "17 strikeouts combined for the Pierre Trappers after 12 by McCullum. 12 by McCullum, 2 by Lubin, now 3 by Borwedge. And now they will intentionally walk the batter in Carson Cahoy, a smart idea as he's 3 for 3 today. But that will bring up Tyler Monroe, who's 0 for 4. And the tension is getting high. High fly ball, it's a pop-up to left field. Underneath it is Cardoso, and Cardoso makes the catch as we go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 2. Cardoso makes the catch, but the Hastings Sodbusters do their job, scratch across a run in the top of the 9th. The Trappers have a chance to walk it off when we return for the bottom of the 9th here on the Pierre Trappers YouTube and Mixlr streams. Wow, Shell's Quick Stop is the place to go for a variety of food, drinks, fishing tackle, and more. Hungry? Come on down for breakfast pizza, burritos, biscuits and gravy, soup, salad, and wraps. Thirsty? Try their hot and cold espresso drinks, lattes, frappuccinos, and milkshakes from the drive-up window. Heading down to the water? Stop by to pick up minnows, crawlers, and leeches to secure the big bites. All of it's down at Shell's at 621 West Sioux Avenue. Welcome back for the bottom of the ninth inning. The Hastings Sodbusters coming in clutch in the top of the ninth inning to tie this ball game at 2 off of what was a RBI single by JT Cafferty. And now stepping in to start the bottom of the ninth is Caden Cardoso, who hit the solo home run back in the fourth inning to get the Trappers scoring started. And now a chance to launch his second home run of the game to potentially walk it off for the Pierre Trappers. Staying out on the mound is Jacob Shaw. Shaw entering his third inning of work, as Cardoso will take the first pitch for a ball. If you're still watching, give us a shout on our Mixlr or YouTube links. Let us know where you're watching from and what you think will happen in the remainder of tonight's ball game. Cardoso, line drive into right field. That one, it will hook foul. That would have been a huge base hit for the Pierre Trappers. So with that foul ball, it could have been a huge base hit for the Trappers, but instead it will bring the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cardoso fouls another one off, keeping the count where it is. Cardoso is currently in the batter's box. In the on-deck circle, Braden Sorgi and then Brendan Perez is in the hole for the Pierre Trappers. Cardoso, as we mentioned, the lone Canadian on this Pierre Trappers lineup, or roster, I should say. Calling time. Cardoso steps out of the box. A swing and a miss, and Cardoso goes down on strikes to begin the bottom of the ninth. So Cardoso goes down on strikes, giving the Trappers a quit in that order. And he will take that first pitch for ball number 1. Shaw, breaking ball in there. For strike 1. 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike, bottom of the ninth in a tie ball game. Sorgi fouls this one off into the screen for strike number 2. The Trappers have a chance to walk it off unless we go to extra innings. And a ground ball to third. Diving play, speared by Riley. The throw onto first. Matson receives it for out number 2. An excellent diving play by Ian Riley, the third baseman for the Hastings Sodbusters. 2 outs in the inning. And now the Sodbusters doing exactly what they wanted to, trying to force extras after they could only scrape one across in the top of the ninth. And for the Sodbusters, they could very well come back from down 2-0 and take this out from the grasp of the Pierre Trappers. Perez swings and fouls this one into the screen for strike number 1. Perez, that two-way player, both a pitcher and a batter this year for Point University, has not had a pitching appearance with this being opening day, but he is the starting third baseman for the Trappers tonight. Another one fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We thank our viewers watching from Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Idaho. We really appreciate your support and sticking with us in the bottom of the 9th. Shaw looks in with the 1-2 count. Ball well in the dirt, a few feet in front of home plate. Evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Perez. This inning, a strikeout and a fly ball into shallow center field. Chasing after it and making the play on it will be the second baseman in Stevens. And that means we're heading to extra innings. The 10th inning coming up here from Hyde Stadium between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers. Stay tuned. You do not want to miss Expedition League extra innings when we return here on the Pierre Trappers YouTube and Mixlr live streams. The Governor's Inn is the exclusive motel partner of the Pierre Trappers. Check out the special Trappers rate for your visit to Pierre and Hyde Stadium this summer. Call 605-224-4200 directly to get the Trappers rate. With free wireless internet, a deluxe breakfast, and an indoor pool and hot tub, there's no reason not to stop at the Governor's Inn. Welcome back. We're set for extra innings here from Hyde Stadium. A pitching change for the Pierre Trappers with Caden Cardoso switching from left field to the pitcher's mound. We are waiting to see who subbed into left field in place of Cardoso. The second we get that information, we will pass it along to you. So we do have some more clarification. It is going to be Braden Cordes, who showed up literal maybe 2 hours before first pitch today from Spokane, Washington, is now in the game as the new left fielder, new second baseman. Cole Yancey, who was at second base, is the new left fielder, and Caden Cardoso, who was the left fielder, is now the pitcher. Now, Cardoso attends Minot State University as a sophomore and is a typical batter for the Beavers, and a good one at that. 293 batting average, 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run. He does not have pitching experience. So it's an interesting decision by Coach Monterio May to put Cardoso in on the mound. Trevor Matson will lead things off for the Hastings Sodbusters. And immediately it's a line drive into left field, and that one will go foul. It hooked foul. It would have been, I think that it was tossed in from left field by Yancey. So again, Yancey, the new left fielder. Cordes is the new second baseman. Apologize for the count. It's now 2 balls, 1 strike. No balls, 1 strike with the foul ball. Check swing. There's going to be an appeal. And they say he went around. It was a delayed call, but Alex Schumacher says he went around. He's the field umpire for today's game. An 0-2 count. And we appreciate all fans, both of the Sodbusters and the Trappers, as a swing and a miss as Matson goes down on strikes for the first out of the top of the 10th inning. But we appreciate the locals of Hastings, Nebraska tuning in tonight. So Matson goes down on strikes. It's the first one for Cardoso against the first batter that he faced, which will bring up now Ian Riley. Riley 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, a fielder's choice, and a walk, not in that order. And the pitch by Cardoso goes high and outside for ball number 1. A ball, and they say that hit off of his foot. So a free pass to Ian Riley on the hit by pitch will bring up Jack Hammond. So the go-ahead run for the Busters now at first base. Hammond going to try to draw him home. Hammond is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a fielder's choice in that order. Top of the 10th inning here. And a swing and a foul back by Jack Hammond. On deck for the Busters, Trayton Kozol. And the foul ball will make it an 0-1 count to Hammond, the designated hitter for the Busters. And a steal attempt, the throw down to second, rolls off the glove, and now taking third base will be Ian Riley, and the Sodbusters have a runner 90 feet away from taking the lead in this ball game. So it will go down as a stolen base and then an error that will allow him to get to third. I couldn't see which member of that middle infield committed the error. It was a throwing error on the catcher in Reinhardt. So now Riley stands at third. Cardoso steps off the mound. The pitch check swing, but it goes off the bat for a foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes. And this would be a perfect time for the Trappers to get a strikeout right here that would eliminate the sacrifice fly with Riley standing at third. Trappers still need to bat in the bottom of the 10th, no matter the result here. A swing and a foul ball. That one's popped up into the screen. And they're calling it a live ball for a drop third strike. And I think that's what they'll actually call it. From my perspective, that looked like a foul ball, but it seems like that was a drop third strike. Into score comes Ian Riley, and the Hastings Sodbusters have a 3-2 lead. Now a meeting between catcher and pitcher. The Sodbusters have battled all the way back from down 2-0 to scratching in a run in the 8th, 9th, and now 10th innings as Riley comes in on the drop third strike. And because Reinhardt didn't know that it was a drop third strike, Hammond is at first base after striking out. And a pitch goes high. It will be 1-0 to the new batter in Trayton Kozol. A swing and a miss makes the count 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. The Sodbusters have taken the lead 3-2 here in the top of the 10th inning. For the Trappers, they haven't put a run across since the bottom of the 5th inning, so they're due. A called strike on the pitch from Cardoso. Sun has gone down here at Hyde Stadium. Local time is 9:39 here in Pierre, South Dakota. Cardoso looks into Kozal. Kozal swings and misses for out number 2. So the third strikeout technically for Caden Cardoso on the mound. However, one of them was a dropped third strike, leading there to be only 2 outs this inning. The dropped third strike was on Jack Hammond, who's now standing at first base. That dropped third strike also allowed hit batter Ian Riley to come in to score after a stolen base and an error by the catcher. So the first pitch to the new batter in JT Cafferty is a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch on the outside corner of the plate. It catches plate for strike number 1. 1-1. This is the only game that has gone past its regulation. So far, the only other game that's the closest game to where we are now is between Sioux Falls and Fremont. It's a line drive into left field. Making the play on it's going to be Cole Yancey, the new left fielder, and that will end the Sodbusters half of the 10th inning. They scratch across another run and take the lead here in the top of the 10th. The Pierre Trappers will try to battle back and either tie the game or walk it off in the bottom of the 10th when we return here on the Pierre Trappers YouTube and Mixlr streams.
Hey, it's the old Top Gator here with Gators Pizza, Pasta, Subs in the Northridge Plaza. Gators is known for top quality food. Now you can have our food selections delivered right to your front door using DoorDash. That's right, now you have 4 ways that you can get great Gators food. Dine in, carry out, curbside pickup, and now delivery through DoorDash. Gators has been serving the Pierre area and now Trappers baseball fans since 1987. Gators Pizza, Pasta, Subs in the Northridge Plaza.
Welcome back for the bottom of the 10th inning. Stepping in will be the new second baseman in Braden Cordes. Cordes attends Spokane Falls Community College. He will take the first pitch for ball number 1. Remaining in the game is Jacob Shaw. He came in all the way back in the 7th inning for the Sodbusters, has been pitching ever since. And the Trappers simply have not found an answer for him since he came in, allowing no runner to reach. Pitch inside to Cordes will go for strike number 2, the 1-2. And now Cordes lines one into center field. That's a base hit for the Trappers. And now the tying run is at first base with the go-ahead run coming up to the dish. And it will be number 21, the intern in Jacob Newman. He's coming into a huge spot in the game. Didn't think he was going to even play. Didn't know that was in the realm of possibilities about a week ago. But now is in the bottom of the 10th inning trying to advance the runner. And he fails at a bunt. The throw down to first, not in time for strike 1. But because of a lack of players for the Pierre Trappers, Jacob Newman, a intern for the Trappers, suiting up, taking the at-bat. He is 1 for 3 today. Showing bunt. Lays down the bunt. It's a beautiful one. It will allow Cordes to get to first. Newman not too fast to the bag, will draw out number 1. And that will bring up the top of the order. It's a sacrifice bunt for Jacob Newman. It advances Cordis to second base. So that will bring up Tyler Skelton. Skelton 1 for 3 today, a single, strikeout, ground out, and walk. In 4 plate appearances, 3 official at-bats with 1 out. Good ball in the dirt. The tying run for the Trappers in scoring position, represented by Braden Cordis, the new second baseman for the Trappers that came in defensively in the top of the 10th. Shaw checks back on the runner in Cordis. A hearty swing and a miss by Skelton evens the count at 1-1. Skelton with an even count. Cole Yancey on deck with Brock Reinhardt in the hole. Sun has gone down here in Pierre, South Dakota. Shaw again checking on the runner. Time called by home plate umpire and Chad Williams. Scores from around the league. 3 games in the 8th inning, 1 game in the 7th, and 1 game in the 5th. Only game to go past 9 innings today is the one you're watching right now. Check swing. That one's going to get away, and taking third base is Braden Cordis, and the tying run with 1 out is 90 feet away. And they're going to say he did not go around on the check swing. 2 balls, 1 strike. And now here comes Scott Galusha to argue his case. Time is called. Galusha being ordered to head back to his dugout. And they're going to meet the 2 umpires at the center of the field, trying to figure out whether that was in fact, I'm assuming that they're talking about the check swing, whether or not he went around. And they are going to reverse that decision. They initially called it a ball. They're now going to call that he did go around. So the count changes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. To Tyler Skelton, which draws some boos from the home supporters. So the tying run for the Pierre Trappers just 90 feet away after a passed ball got by Cafferty. Ball in the dirt. And Skelton tells Cordis to stay. Again, Cordis not too familiar with this team. He showed up about 2 hours before game time on a road trip from Spokane, Washington with 3 of his teammates from community college. The 2-2, a swing and a miss, and the Trappers now down to their final out after being up 2-0 in this ballgame. And representing the final out is Cole Yancey. So Yancey represents the final out for the Pierre Trappers. And the first pitch will go for a strike. If Yancey gets on by walk or any other way, that it will be Brock Reinhardt on deck for the Pierre Trappers. A swing, drive into right field. That one's deep. Doesn't have a chance. That will get down. It's going to be a double and extra bases. The Pierre Trappers have tied this ball game at 3. In extra innings, the madness. Do you believe it? We are tied at 3. The team's trading runs in the 10th inning. The Pierre Trappers have tied this game. They were the leaders. They quickly went down in the 8th, 9th, and 10th. They've now scratched across a third run, the first time they've scored in 5 innings, and we are tied at 3 from Hyde Stadium with a runner in scoring position. You cannot make this up for opening day. It will be Brock Reinhardt, and now here comes Scott Galusha to talk to Jacob Shaw. Folks, I've covered a lot of baseball games, whether it be at home through my garage or at my school at Virginia Tech. I've covered a lot of baseball games, but this is by far the craziest game that I've had the privilege to call. The Hastings Sodbusters, down 2-0, enter the 8th inning, scratch one across, enter the 9th, get another run across, and then head to the 10th to have their first lead of the ball game, only to have the Trappers storm back, finally solve Jacob Shaw, and scratch a run across. That's a ground ball. That's going to get through. Rounding third and coming home. Yancey stops. The Trappers were ready to celebrate and erupt into emotion, but it was Haybaker who put up the stop sign. Runners at the corners with nobody out. Yancey would have had a good shot at home. But with the game tied, I think you can take the liberties of being a little more conservative. The home crowd definitely wanted Haybaker, the third base coach, or Haybaker, to send Yancey. But now it will be in the hands of Nick Hamill. Brock Reinhardt with a single follows the Cole Yancey double. Yancey's going to get to third because of Reinhardt. And now it's Nick Hamill, the Texan, that has a chance to walk it off for the Pierre Trappers with runners at the corners and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And now here comes Galusha yet again. I think they're going to go with a shift. And now Nick Hamill steps in for his at-bat. The Pierre Trappers have a chance to walk it off right here. Wow, this game has been insanity. Ball in the dirt. A nice stop by Cafferty to keep it in front of him. 1 ball, no strikes. Folks, if you have people you know who are interested and turned off this game for the night, tell them to turn it back on. First pitch was in the dirt. It's a 1-0 count to Nick Hamill. They do have a spot to put the runner at second base because of the throw. Reinhardt now stands at second on the throw. Another ball in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. It looks like Shaw could be a little bit shaken from what just happened with the Pierre Trappers. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 10th, the Hastings Sodbusters and Pierre Trappers tied at 3. High ball. They do have a spot to put Hamill to bring up Caden Cardoso, who is now the pitcher for the Pierre Trappers. A 3-0 count. You got to expect the red light is on for Nick Hamill with a 3-0 count. Opening day for the Trappers, game 3 for the Sodbusters in their first road series. The pitch from Shaw, and that one's a called strike at the letters. It will make the count 3 balls, 1 strike to Nick Hamill. Hamill 0 for 4 today with 3 ground outs and a fly out to right. His last plate appearance was in the 8th, now appearing here in the 10th. The 3-1, runners at second and third, and that one was high. The Trappers have the bases loaded with 2 outs and a tie ball game here in extra innings. If this game wasn't crazy enough already, it just got crazier. Again, we appreciate everybody tuning in. Florida, British Columbia, Fredericksburg, Virginia, we really appreciate you tuning in for Trappers baseball. And now here comes Scott Galusha to talk to his pitcher. There was a Sodbuster warming up in the bullpen. You can see them at the top left of your screen if you're watching on YouTube. Walk back to the dugout. And indeed, that will do it for Jacob Shaw. The Trappers have ran Shaw from the game here in the middle of the 10th inning. There will be a new Sodbuster pitcher. We'll get you all the details on him and more when we return. We'll take a short break and be back here on the Pierre Trappers YouTube and Mixlr live streams.
Hey, it's the old top Gator here with Gators Pizza Pasta Subs in the North Edge Plaza. Gators is known for top quality food. Now you can have our food selections delivered right to your front door using DoorDash. That's right, now you have 4 ways that you can get great Gators food: dine in, carry out, curbside pickup, and now delivery through DoorDash. Gators has been serving the Pierre area and now Trappers baseball fans since 1987. Gators Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza.
Welcome back. The pitcher for the Hastings Sodbusters trying to end this bases-loaded jam that they're in is number 10 in Rand Sanders, another freshman from Cloud County Community College that all seem to come in bulk to play for the Hastings Sodbusters. A native of Grand Island, Nebraska, he pitched in Game 1 against the Fremont Moo in their quick 2-game series, got the win in that game, allowed 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run in 2 innings of work, no strikeouts, and no walks. In that game, he allowed the most hits allowed by a Sodbusters pitcher. He enters today with a Expedition League statistic line of a 1-0 record with a 4.50 ERA. And standing in will be Caden Cardoso, who hit the home run in the 4th inning to start the Trappers scoring, now has a chance to walk it off for the Pierre Trappers. Again, Germantown, Maryland, we thank you for watching Pierre Trappers baseball as Caden Cardoso has a chance to walk it off for the Pierre Trappers. New pitcher is Rand Sanders for the Hastings Sodbusters. First pitch from Sanders to Cardoso. No swing, and it was a speedy fastball in there for strike 1 as Cardoso just wanted to see what kind of stuff he had inside the batter's box. No balls, 1 strike to Cardoso. Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 10th, and a tie ball game. Swing and a miss. And now the Sodbusters are pushing the 11th inning as Cardoso down to his final strike. No balls, 2 strikes. Nowhere to put the runner. It's Cardoso either winning it or getting out, and we go to the 11th. It's all down to the Canadian. 0-2 and time called by Chad Williams. This game was tied at 2 heading into extra innings with no runner at second base rule like they're doing in the major leagues. Traditional extra innings rules. Both the Sodbusters and Trappers have put a run across. 0-2 count. That one on the inside part of the plate and dropped. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Opening day for the Pierre Trappers, and I wouldn't want it to be any other way. So the 1-2 count to Caden Cardoso, who is 1 for 3 today. His lone base hit, a home run that he launched over the wall. The pitch, swing and a miss, and that ends the inning. We head to the 11th, tied at 3. We'll be back for the 11th inning on the Pierre Trappers Mixler and YouTube live streams. We appreciate you staying with us. Welcome back for the 11th inning Again, we'd like to thank a couple more of our sponsors for the 2021 Pier Trapper season, including the South Dakota Lottery, Oahe Family YMCA, Capital Sports, Envirotech, Guadalajara's Long Branch, and the Pier Area Chamber of Commerce, who is tonight's game sponsor. Caden Cardoso remains on the mound for the Pier Trappers. And there was some discussion at home plate between the coaches and the general manager of the Pier Trappers and Kelsey Nash about whether or not that there should be a runner at second base. Now, from the looks of it right now, it's Scott Galusha still talking to the home plate umpire. I don't know what the result of that discussion was. There may, yes, and you can see right there at the top right of your screen if you're watching on YouTube. So starting at second base will be JT Cafferty since he recorded the last out in the top of the 10th inning. So the Sodbusters do start with a runner at second base, similar to what they're doing in the major leagues. They did not do that for the 10th inning. However, some clarification of the rule book allows that runner to start at second base for both the Sodbusters in the top of the 11th and the Trappers in the bottom of the 11th. Tied 3-3 in the top of the 11th inning. Both teams scratched across a run the traditional way with no runner at second base in the 10th frame. Now with a runner at second, we'll see if Cardoso's pitching strategy changes. Cardoso checks over at second base. Steps off the mound, tried to get Cafferty. Cafferty was picked off earlier this game, but it was at second base. Or excuse me, it was at first base back in the 7th inning. Although the Trappers have picked off a Sodbuster at second base. The pitch from Cardoso is low for ball 1. So a 1-0 count to Cameron McClure, the batter. Another pitch, another ball by Cardoso to McClure. McClure 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts and a walk. And another ball, 3 balls, no strikes. And the red light has to be on for McClure to maybe put a runner at first and second. But for the Trappers, you have to consider, is that a bad thing to put a force at any base except for home plate? And indeed, it will be Reinhardt stepping out for the intentional walk. And now Galusha marching towards home to say something. And there's some confusion behind the dish. Cardoso is saying, I just wanted to put him on first base. Why couldn't I do the traditional intentional walk method? But indeed, they'll put him on first base. It will go down as an intentional walk after 3 unintentional balls. And now Galusha talking to his batter, heading back to his position as the third base coach. It will be number 18 and Trevor Stevens. Runners at first and second, so now a force at any base except for home. Stevens 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts and a fly out to left. First pitch is a ball. No action in either bullpen despite Cardoso's control issues in the top half of the 11th. Another pitch high outside. That's the 6th straight ball this inning. And now coming in to talk with his pitcher is Shelton from short. Or excuse me, Skelton from short. So a 2-0 count. Moon shining brightly over Hyde Stadium. Check swing, but it's a called strike nonetheless. 2-1 count now to Trevor Stevens. The 2-1. A bunt attempt goes foul for strike number 2. Reinhardt turned around, thought about chasing after it, but there was no real play on that outside of the boundaries of human anatomy. That evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the top of the 11th. The Sodbusters have runners at first and second base because of the extra inning rule the Expedition League has, and the runner at first is due to an intentional walk. The pitch from Cardoso, low in the dirt. That one gets away. Reinhardt, the gun down to third base. It is not in time. They call him safe at third. The runner at first stays at first. So runners at the corners now for the Hastings Sodbusters. Cafferty took off with the pass ball. So runners at the corners now with nobody out and a full count to Trevor Stevens. Time called by our home plate umpire. Cardoso checks over at his runner at third. The pitch, called strike 3. Stevens was heading for first when home plate umpire Williams rung him up. Make that the 4th strikeout that Caden Cardoso has on the night. It will bring out the first out of the 11th inning as the Sodbusters threaten with a runner just 90 feet away. The pitch from Cardoso. Breaking ball in there for strike 1. Force out is at second and first with the runner remaining at first base for the Hastings Sodbusters. Cardoso sets and deals. Swing. That's a high pop-up into shallow shallow center field, making the catch, tagging up and heading home, in there safely by a mile as the Sodbusters scratch another across. Cafferty tagging up on the sacrifice fly to center field. The Sodbusters have a run on the sac fly by Carson Cahoy. So the Sodbusters now lead 4-3. And that will bring up Tyler Monroe. The Sodbusters have now scored in 4 consecutive innings, the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. First pitch goes well inside, enough so that Monroe had to duck out of the way. One ball, no strikes to Monroe. That one is low, just below the knees. 2 balls, no strikes to Monroe. Runner is only at first base, and that runner is Cameron McClure. Cardoso the pitch right down the middle for strike 1. And excuse me, that is not McClure. It's actually a pinch runner for the Hastings Sodbusters and Nick Carlson. Carlson 2 for 2 on stolen bases in his college season. Time called on the 2-1 count. So a pinch runner will take McClure out of the game in exchange for Nick Carlson. Pitch goes out of the strike zone for ball 3. So a 3-1 hitter's count to Tyler Monroe. Cardoso the pitch, and that one's going to go low and inside for ball 4. The Sodbusters now have runners at first and second with the walk to Monroe. And I'm somewhat surprised. It's probably because of bullpen management for this entire series. Not only that, but after this 3-game set against the Sodbusters, the Trappers have to come back for a 2-game set against the Western Nebraska Pioneers. Pitch is in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. With 2 outs. A curveball goes into the strike zone for strike number 2. No balls, 2 strikes. to Matson. Matson 1 for 4 today, including a walk and 2 strikeouts. Ground ball to the third baseman. Perez picks it up, fires to second base, and that will be enough. So score it as a fielder's choice for Matson, getting out Monroe on the play. So the Sodbusters get 1 across, but the Trappers will have equal opportunity with a runner starting at second base in the bottom of the 11th inning. Don't go anywhere. Tyler Katz will on the call for the Trappers baseball. We'll be right back on the Trappers Mixlr and YouTube live streams. Total Beauty and Speedway Laundry are your homes for everything clothing in the capital area. Since 2010, Total Beauty has offered great customer service and competitive prices. Next door at Speedway Laundry, they have you covered for a fast, convenient way to wash and dry your clothes and other household items, including king-size comforters. Visit them at 111 First Street in Fort Pierre. Welcome back for the bottom of the 11th inning. The Hastings Sodbusters scratch a run across in the top of the 11th. And as we enter the bottom of the 11th, we're only 3 hours and 6 minutes into today's ball game. Something that you would expect for a fast 9-inning game, let alone the fact that we are here in the 11th. It will be Caden Cardoso standing at second base for the Pierre Trappers due to the extra inning rule. Sorgi, Perez, and Cordes on deck, or due up, I should say, for the Trappers in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Scoring breakdown for Hastings, nothing until the 8th inning. 1 run in the 8th, 1 run in the 9th, 1 run in the 10th, 1 run in the 11th. For the Pierre Trappers, 1 run in the 4th, 1 run in the 5th, and 1 run in the 10th. They find themselves down 4-3 in today's ball game. Real quick, some scores from around the Expedition League. In the bottom of the 9th, the Spearfish Sasquatch lead the Badlands Big Six 6-3. In the bottom of the 8th, the Casper Horseheads lead the Western Nebraska Pioneers 7-3. In the top of the 9th, the Wheat City Whiskey Jacks are down to the Saber Dogs 16-2. And the Mining City Tommyknockers are up on the Canyon County Spuds 9-5 in the top of the 7th. Fremont and Sioux Falls went final, with Fremont winning 8-4 in Sioux Falls' first game as a program. And immediately showing bunt to Sorgi, the corner infield comes in, and now swinging away right back to the pitcher, slips. The throw on to first is in time, and a great play by Rand Sanders. Cardoso probably could have taken off for third base, but it will be a ground out to the pitcher, which will bring up Brendan Perez with 1 out here in the bottom of the 11th inning.
Third baseman, Brendan Perez.
Perez today is 1 for 3. One out in the inning. Time called by home plate umpire in Chad Williams. We appreciate you sticking around and staying with us here for the Trappers. Rand Sanders came in to the game in the bottom of the 10th when the Trappers had the bases loaded. Pitch, a fastball by Sanders goes inside for strike number 1, catches the plate. No balls, 1 strike for the Pierre Trappers. Meeting at the mound between Cafferty and Sanders. The 0-1 count. Sanders checks back on the runner at second base. A swing and a foul ball hooking out of play. Bounces actually in front of the Trappers' dugout. Coming after it was Matson, but had no play on it. So no balls, 2 strikes. Now to Brendan Perez. Bottom of the 11th inning. And these two teams have to play 2 more times, tomorrow and the day after, the 26th and 27th of May. Ball goes low to Perez. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck is Braden Cordes, who's 1 for 1, coming in defensively in the 10th inning as the second baseman, then getting a at-bat later that inning. Sanders looks in. Check swing goes high and inside for ball 2. No need to appeal. I'm pretty sure there was a mutual understanding between both sides that he did not go around. Evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 gone here in the bottom of the 11th. Caden Cardoso stands on second base because of the extra innings rule. Looks in, Sanders sets. Checks back on the runner at second base. High, and that one's going to roll to the backstop. Cardoso taking third. A full count with 1 out. The sacrifice fly is in effect. The runner 90 feet away in Caden Cardoso. That could tie the game for the Trappers and force a 12th inning if only Cardoso comes in to score. Although time-wise this game has not gone on long, this has been a long game in the 11th inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Sanders looks in. A ground ball to the shortstop. The throw over to first. Cardoso is going to retreat. He is safe at first base. I'm sorry I did not have the camera angle for that play, but safe at first base puts the runners at the corners for the Pierre Trappers, and suddenly life is in the stadium once more. Braden Cordes steps in. He's 1 for 1. That will go down as a base hit for Brendan Perez. A bit of hesitation by the Sodbusters defenders, just waiting to see what Cardoso would do. Cardoso stayed at third, and now runners at the corners with just 1 out, bringing up Braden Cordes. First pitch to Cordes is going low for ball 1. So the 1-0 count to Cardoso. They do have a spot to put the runner at first base. Perez advancing to second off the stolen base. And a ball makes it 2-0 to Braden Cordes. Nobody warming up in the Sodbusters bullpen. Ball inside. And now with a 3-0 count, you have to expect red light on for Braden Cordes, with Jacob Newman on deck with a chance to walk off the game. 3-0 count. Trappers still down by 1. Pitch is high and outside. The bases are now loaded for the second consecutive inning. Braden Cordes draws a walk. And now stepping into the batter's box with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 11th inning, Jacob Newman, the intern, the baseball ops and fan engagement intern for the Pierre Trappers, has a chance to walk off the game or at least tie it with a sacrifice fly. He had a sacrifice bunt in the 10th inning. We'll see what he does here in the 11th. Still only 1 out for the Pierre Trappers. And that's a ball. It gets past Cafferty, but not enough to send the runner from third and by way of Cardoso. Bases loaded. Still nothing happening in that Sodbusters bullpen. If you're watching on YouTube, the Sodbusters bullpen is that darker shade of brown down the left field line. And now a meeting between assistant coach Haybaker and his batter in Jacob Newman. Newman with a 1-0 count. Newman 1 for 3 today, including a sacrifice bunt. Well, not included in that 1 for 3, but he did single back in the third inning. So batting .333 technically on the season, with this being the Trappers' home season opener. A pitch is on the high inside corner, a called strike, getting a groan from the Trappers fans remaining in attendance. Still a decent crowd for the 11th inning. So the 1-1 count to the intern, Jacob Newman. Inside, Newman had to duck out of the way of that one. 2 balls, 1 strikes. Newman, a native of Manhattan Beach, California, attends Brandeis University near Boston. Went east-west, now the Midwest in Pierre, South Dakota. High drive. That one's at least going to probably score Cardoso from third. The center fielder makes the catch. Here comes Cardoso. The throw from center field. He is in there. We are tied at 4. Jacob Newman, the sacrifice fly to tie the game at 4. So Cardoso scores, the runner from first also tagging, the runner from second also tagging, runners at second and third. So the sacrifice fly into center field scores Cardoso. And once again, this game has just gotten even more insane. Count resets to no balls, no strikes. And it will be Tyler Skelton, the batter. He is currently 1 for 4 today with a single back in the third. The first pitch to Skelton from Rand Sanders. And that one's going to be a called strike. Still only with the sacrifice fly, that makes it 2 outs, so no more chances for a sacrifice fly even with a runner at third base. So it would have to be a base hit to walk it off for the Trappers. Foul ball. That one went off the bat. And you can tell the second that the ball hit wood, everybody's hearts jumped in this stadium because they thought it might be it. Tyler Skelton, no balls, 2 strikes. Runners at second and third for the Pierre Trappers. The 0-2. High and inside for ball number 1. If an out is recorded on this play, we will head to the 12th inning, tied at 4. 4 consecutive frames in which a run was scored. Now another foul ball back into the screen. Crowd has dwindled from its initial gate opening. Approximately 200 to 250 spectators still in attendance here from Hyde Stadium in the capital of South Dakota. Here comes the pitch from Sanders. A swing to the shortstop. The throw on to first is not in time. The Trappers walk it off on an error by the third baseman. The Trappers win. The Trappers win in a walk-off fashion. 5-4 your final. An error by the by the first baseman for the Hastings Sodbusters. And in walk-off fashion, the Pierre Trappers get a win to start the season. 1-0. There comes the Gatorade shower in center field as the Hastings Sodbusters walk off, have to pack up and get ready for tomorrow. In 11 innings, the Pierre Trappers walk it off 5-4. We will be right back with the game recap and everything you need to know about today's game, including the Trappers walk-off. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere on the Pierre Trappers Mixlr and YouTube live streams. Welcome back, the Pierre Trappers post-game show. And wow, what a season opener for the Trappers. A 5-4 walk-off victory off a E3 off the Tyler Skelton groundout. It was grounded right to Madsen, who could not hold on to the ball. By my count, the final line score is 4 runs on 5 hits with 2 errors for the Hastings Sodbusters. 5 runs on 8 hits with 2 errors for the Pierre Trappers. And what a game to begin this 64-game stretch. I don't think Montario May, the head coach of the Pierre Trappers, wanted to use that many players in their season opener, especially with being so short-handed. But it was just an insane game. And although it was Tyler Skelton's reach on an air that walked it off for the Pierre Trappers, you really have to give the player of the game nod to starting pitcher Nick McCullum, who came in through 12 strikeouts, and unfortunately for him, that's going to go down as a no decision, which is really unfortunate for him. But if it weren't for Nick McCullum, who knows how many of the runs the Hastings Sodbusters could have pushed across in those first 5 innings that could have made this a very different ball game for the Pierre Trappers. You can now see the Trappers team, after their season and home opener, meeting with the children of Pierre, South Dakota. And wow, what a game. The final game time, it ended at 10:22 Central Time, meaning today's game lasted 3 hours and 17 minutes. Attendance around 750 for opening night. But the Trappers get the win. Nick McCullum goes 5 innings with 12 strikeouts, and it was a walk-off reach on air by Tyler Skelton off the glove of Trevor Madsen. It was 5 errors in Hastings' first game against Fremont. They got it cleaned up for the second game, but this game they have 2 errors pushed across, and the last of those 2 errors ended up being the fatal blow for the Hastings Sodbusters as the Pierre Trappers take game 1 of this 3-game series 5-4 in extra innings in 11 innings. Well, this has been by far one of the craziest games I have seen, with multiple bases loaded opportunities for the Pierre Trappers in extra innings, and it was just that one in the bottom of the 11th when Tyler Skelton reached on an air that allowed the Pierre Trappers to walk it off with 2 outs in the inning. Again, 5-4 your final score. We thank you so much for watching. Be sure to tune in to tomorrow's game. I can't guarantee it will be just as entertaining, but it should be a good one between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Pierre Trappers tomorrow evening at 7:05 Central Time right here from Hyde Stadium. Once again, for the Pierre Trappers players, front office, intern staff, I'm Tyler Katz. Thank you so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening. Once again, 5-4 Pierre Trappers over the Hastings Sodbusters in 11.